Okay, President Chin, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Today is Thursday, February 18th. I am bringing our regularly scheduled school board meeting to order. And it's 5:31. And we're immediately going to recess to closed session, where we will review items 2.1, review of non-public school, non-public agenda agency contracts for the 2021 school year. Item 2.2, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators. Item 2.3, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Item 2.4, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation. And item 2.5, Comprehensive School Safety Plan Tactical Portion. So with that, we're going to reconvene, or we're going to recess to closed session. Thank you.
Okay, President Chin, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. We are reconvening from our closed session with actually something to report. We are reporting out of closed session by unanimous vote. 18 temporary certificated employees will be released effective the end of the 2020 school year. So that is our report out of closed session. And we are now going to move on to item 3.2, which is our flag salute. And I have asked Trustee Proctor to lead our flag salute today.
Okay, hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great, thank you, Trustee Proctor. Going on to roll call. Trustee Corzo.
Here.
Trustee Proctor.
Here.
Trustee Warren.
Here.
Trustee Watkins.
Here.
And I am here as well. We're all here. Item 3.4 is approval of the agenda. Do we have?
Before you do that, I do want to pull item 3.5.4. We were not able to complete the minutes for February 4th. The rest of your minutes are in your agenda. But if we could pull that one.
Great, thank you, Dr. Roses. Does anybody have any other questions, or does anyone want to make a motion, please?
I can make a motion to approve the agenda except pulling out 3.5.4.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor. Do we have a second?
I can second.
Thank you, Trustee Warren, for the second. That was Trustee Warren, right? Sorry, Trustee Watkins, I saw your mute button go on and off there. So, okay. Next, we are on item 3.5, approval of minutes.
Do we need a roll call?
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Corzo. Roll call for item 3.4, Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Okay,
Real
approval
quick,
of minutes.
sorry, did you want me to also do the translation?
Yes,
announcement?
please.
Okay. Gracias a todos por estar aquí. Le queremos invitar para recibir traducción. Si lo ocupa, puede empujar el botón del mundo en su pantalla para escuchar la reunión en español. Gracias.
Great, thank you. Moving on to approval of minutes. Does anybody have any questions, comments, changes about the minutes? Does anyone want to make a motion for approval?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins. Thank you for the second, Trustee Corzo. Roll call vote, Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. Okay, minutes are approved. Moving on to item 4.1, public statements related to non-agenda topics. The San Mateo Foster City School Board cannot act upon any matter that has not been included and publicly posted on the agenda, except under limited circumstances as permitted by law. The board may refer matters raised in this forum to staff for investigation and or actions where appropriate. At this time, I'll call the public comment, please, Peter.
Okay, for those who are participating possibly for the first time to our school board meeting, we use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom to let us know that you would like to make public comment. So if you could please use that button now. President Chin, what was the time limit you'd like to give for public comment?
Let's go 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. So currently we have 2 hands for public comment. First will be Ian, then after Ian will be Marcella. Ian?
Thank you very much. A pleasure to see you all, friends. We have a lot of activities as a district coming in the weeks ahead. Something that I want to think about is the longer term, though. I'm very excited in the near term that we have expanding options for our community, and my gratitude to the teachers who are cooperating and all working to get back on campus. As I look at the longer term of our district, though, one of the things that I want to make sure that we are all setting ourselves up to do as a community and as a set of institutions is to continue to attract the finest educators in the country to come work here. So that's a series of conversations I've been having. Something that I encourage the board and the district administration to consider or perhaps reconsider is the role of job sharing in our employee portfolio. I found myself in several conversations with local educators or local former educators who would enthusiastically return to the classroom here if there were more opportunities for flexibility so that they could spend time with their own children in addition to supporting the learning of the children of our community. This is obviously, complexity and things need to be looked at, but as we look at the years to come, I definitely think that this is something worth investigation, exploration, and discussion. That's my comment.
Thank you, Ian. Okay, next we have Marcella. Then after Marcella will be Julia. Marcella?
Hi, thank you. I wanted to comment on the communication that's coming out from Superintendent Rosas. I appreciate the fact that it is a straight shot now, that when she sends the message, we can read it right away. The second piece that I wanted to bring up related to that is a request to build, as has been requested by the trustees, build a frequently asked question page on our website. Currently, there is no way for families who don't know what's going on, who don't necessarily attend the board meetings, there isn't a strong way for them to go to a specific place to gather that information. And I think that we're hearing a lot of the same questions and comments over and over again, and especially right now as we're having all of these changes and all of these plans, I think creating that space becomes even more important so that as decisions are made, those decisions are shared out. And then finally, like Ian, I'm interested in the way that we plan for the future. As we're thinking about reopening, as we're thinking about students coming back, we know that everyone has had an extremely different experience in distance learning. And so I'm interested and eager to see the board tackle that and think really strategically about how we are going to support our learners, more than just adding summer school and summer opportunities, developing a curriculum that is a specific program that can rebuild better and stronger a district that honors and celebrates all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Next, we have Julia. Then after Julia will be Carrie. Julia?
I would like to make a comment on the Zoom in the room model for teaching. So I don't know if that is now or there will be an agenda item later.
I think based on
Zoom
my
model for
assessment,
teaching is probably not an agenda.
probably
item
not
tonight.
necessarily under reopening, so we could probably just take the public comment. So go ahead.
Thank you. So my name is Julia Horak. I'm a science teacher at Bayside. I'm also a volunteer for the new Wednesday academic cohort. What I'd like to do is describe a practical aspect of the Zoom in the room model that I'm really concerned about. I take teaching pretty seriously. During distance teaching, just like in-person teaching, I'm fully engaged with my students. And that means if I'm engaged with an online class, then I'm engaged with them. I'm not engaged with other people in my classroom. I'm talking, I'm asking questions, I demonstrate scientific reactions, we discuss videos, I monitor breakout rooms. I have too many students to fit on one Zoom screen, so I'm always going back and forth between several different monitors and computers. I'm even tracking down absent students. I'm getting a hold of counselors. Where is so-and-so? Can you do this? And frequently I'll have confidential discussions with students either before or after class. So if all of that is going on in my classroom, I'm not sure how other people will be focusing in my classroom. I can't imagine they're wearing soundproof headsets all day. I'm hoping and I'm imagining that they will also be engaged in their other classes, in their distance learning classes. So I'm really worried that academic discussions will be lost. I'm really worried that the connections we make, those personal discussions, those offline discussions that we have with students, those will be totally gone. I will have no ability to provide a confidential sounding board for anyone. So I really urge you to consider alternate solutions that do not remove teachers from fully engaging with their classes, one class at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Next, we have Carrie. Then after Carrie will be Isa. Carrie?
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Rosa's administrators, SMFC community, and fellow educators. My name is Carrie Attell, and I teach 3rd grade at Meadow Heights. I have 2 requests tonight. First, I would like to address one of the issues that concerns me more than returning to school unvaccinated, and that concerns me a lot as well. I work at a school that can sometimes fall under the radar when it comes to getting extra resources or support for students who need it. We always have to beg for extra resources that are given to other schools with much higher needs. No school should have to beg to help out our most vulnerable students. They all need this help equally. When we return to hybrid, half of my class will be students who have limited or no support at home. Their parents either cannot speak English to help them or have to go to work to make ends meet. When we have asynchronous days, these students do not turn in any work. It's not because they do not want to, it is because they need support to do so. They show up to my class every day. They ask me for help every day. I'm there with them online, and I give as much as I can to help them access the work and understand the concepts. When I am not there, they have nobody. When we go hybrid, if we begin March 1st, they will lose 29 days of instruction. Those are the asynchronous days. That accounts for 19%. These kids need a better option. They are incapable of working independently and do not deserve this. I am worried for them more than anything else. They try so hard and have made a lot of growth in all areas, especially speaking and listening. I'm so proud of their hard work, but how can we sit back and let them lose 29 days of teaching? My principal works very hard to get these kids support, but we are turned away a lot. Please provide learning hubs or some other solution for these students on asynchronous days. We cannot let these kids lose ground when we go hybrid. My second request is this. We are close to the end of trimester 2. It takes a lot of extra work and time to administer reading assessments.
Carrie, my apologies for interrupting, but if you could do me a favor, please, your 2 minutes have expired. If you could just quickly wrap up.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. It takes a lot of extra work and time to administer reading assessments, give and grade math tests, complete report cards, and write meaningful comments for parents so they know how their child is doing and how they can continue to support them at home. The request is this: please push back the return date by a few weeks so teachers can adequately close out their books with current students, be prepared to receive new class lists, hopefully get at least one vaccine, and set up classrooms to welcome students back. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Next, we have Isa. Then after Isa will be Reina. Isa. Isa, are you there? You may need to unmute yourself. Isa? Okay, we'll leave her hand up and we'll go to the next public comment. Next, we have Reina. Reina?
Hi, thank you. Yeah, this is Rena Korb, and I just wanted to say, you know, I know everybody here is aware there's a lot of emotion and a lot of angry people out there, and I hope that we can try to always put the kids first and remember that it's about them. And I'm speaking to myself included, of course. I really worry not even just about everyone's mental well-being and their academics. I truly worry about what impact all of this is going to have on our school district, on our communities. You know, how people, I mean, I'm like a huge supporter and fan of public schooling, but I am really concerned. So I do hope that we can just get to a place of more openness and more communication so that everybody knows, parents, teachers, everybody knows what is going on, and so that we don't feel like, nobody feels like they're blindsided by whatever decisions are made. Thank you.
Thank you, Reina. Okay, Isa dropped her hand. Next, we'll go to the person identified as AHP. Not sure if that's initials, but if you could do me a favor, please, just identify yourself. AHP.
Do you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead. Your name, sir?
Hi, my name is Avi Hermosa. So good evening, board members. And I would like to get highlight about the elementary and middle school reopening plan. So I know that the elementary school is planning to reopen by beginning of March, and we are belonging to the Foster City district. And my question is why we have decided to open the hybrid program only for the half day. So basically we need to drop off the kids at 8 and pick them up around 12 when they have a lunch to go. And we are working parents. We cannot lose our jobs or leave our jobs just to pick up our kids. So what are the options that we get from the district to help us to stay and make our household as is? So this is my question, because the hybrid program is super tricky. People, I know the concern about not to get affected by COVID, but in the other hand, we have parents that need to make an income and keep ourselves up. So what are the options? Yeah, so this is my question for you.
Thank you, Ario. Appreciate that.
Peter, before we call the next person, if we can just remind everyone, we do have an item on the agenda. It's item 6.1, which we'll talk about elementary and middle school reopening. This agenda item right now is for non-agenda items. So if people in the public have comments or want to make a comment about something that's not on the agenda, this is the appropriate time. If you want to make a comment on something that is on the agenda, there will be a public comment period during that agenda item. So I just want to let everyone know in case you're new to our meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, President Chin. Okay, so we have one other, Julie. Go ahead, Julie.
Good evening, Julie MacArthur, SMETA president. I wanted to quickly echo what my colleague Carrie Attell said. You know, as we are moving towards a reopening for, actually, I'm going to rephrase that differently. Schools have been open, and I think it's worth noting that that is true. We have not maybe been in buildings, but school has been open, so we're not really reopening schools. But I would like to echo that as we are looking towards, you know, bringing students back onto campus, many of our vulnerable students are not returning to campus, and they do need learning hubs. We don't have nearly enough learning hubs to accommodate those students. And my concern is that we've had a lot of conversations around the safety, about bringing kids back, and we've heard a lot of those comments, but from an equity standpoint, we really aren't serving the kids who are most vulnerable just by bringing them back onto campus. They do need hubs. Kids who have chosen to stay in full-time distance learning are often our most vulnerable students. And I haven't really heard much discussion at this point about how we're going to continue to support those students, what the plan is to make sure that their needs get met. The needs are a lot greater than just being able to actually walk onto campus and sit in a desk 6 feet apart from another student. So I would urge this board to live up to the equity statements that we hear about a lot and make sure that those vulnerable students continue to be front and center in our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, next we have Summer. Summer, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Summer Letcher-Smith, and I'm the school psychologist for George Hall in Beresford, and this is my first time publicly speaking at a school board meeting. While we prepare for a fast transition back to school in person, I wanted to offer a mental health lens of the situation. Children in nature are resilient and can adapt to any situation they are put into with the right tools. There are many feelings around the transition back to school, and all perspectives are valid. As we know, many students are going to be experiencing a reconfiguration of school in some form, whether they are staying in distance learning or returning to the hybrid model. School will look different for a while we implement safety precautions. Many students will get new teachers, and some will be temporarily moving school sites. Change is scary to both adults and children. At the school sites, we're preparing transitioning activities to hold space and prep the students for anticipated changes in the school as we know them. I encourage all parents to have conversations with children about these changes. Explain to your children why your family chose to stay in distance learning or to return to hybrid. Hold space for them to process their feelings so that when we talk to the kids at school about the changes, they will not be blindsided. Mental health is important now more than ever, and we know that learning will not occur unless children's emotional and physiological needs are met and that they feel safe. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your partnership and acknowledgement of mental health as we continue to navigate this trying time. If you notice your child is having anxiety around the anticipated return to school or is showing signs of distress, please tell your school so we can provide mental health support accordingly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Summer. Next, we have Fernando. Then after Fernando will be, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, Zvian. Let's go with Fernando.
Hi, Board of Trustees. My name is Fernando, and I am a permanent site sub for the Foster City Elementary School. I just want to say thanks to everyone who is helping with the school reopenings and transitions. I have also would like to say that I would support, I would also like to support Ms. Attel's, she has shown up in the public comments a little earlier as well, the request for school districts to delay the reopening for a few weeks. I have substituted with her before, and I do understand what it is like having all these logistics bear onto you on a day-to-day basis. I would also like to support the psychologist Smith, who just came on board previously, and would like to add that there should also be more support for the teachers and faculty as well. And that is all I needed to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Again, my apologies if I'm mispronouncing it. Svian? Svian?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. So I have a comment in advance of the public school opening, because I'm not sure exactly whether the agenda will be to discuss it or to tell us what the plan is, which is kind of our main concern, because public schools all around us in Palo Alto, Los Altos, Hillsborough, as well as all of Bay Area private schools have all been operating for many months. And when they say they're open schools, they don't mean they're open schools as in the secretaries and the principals are in the office, but actual kids in school learning. They've had a few exposures and they've contained them with safety guidelines in place. The reasoning behind your waiting a month to reopen isn't clear to parents. We spoke in the last board meeting. The date that was put was March 1st, without really understanding why we would put March 1st when all of the principals are ready and saying they are ready and waiting for you to allow them to open. The MOU is ready, the schools are ready, and there's really little of the school year left, and yet you're postponing every time without any actual reasons. We really hope the March 1st date will not be postponed again. Over and over, we've seen board presentation where the plan is to think about it more and see, and then you've repeatedly not stood by the dates that you have set. After a year, as a public school parent, our faith in the system is eroding. When there are other schools and there are other areas, and somebody else before said, there are repercussions to this area. You are an elected board and people are deciding whether to live here. And if you as a board fail in your position, your role and the responsibilities that you have, people will decide to live in other places, and rightly so. This is already happening. And there was no reason when neighbors 4 miles down the road are able to have their elected officials do their job. According to science health experts, the CDC, everyone is supporting returning to in-person learning as soon as possible. I don't have more time, so I will stop. Just the final thing is, it is a problem that the only speaking that the teachers we have heard have had is why not to open, and why the most vulnerable children are left in the wrong place, whereas the majority of the children who are stuck at home, no one is speaking about them as educators.
Your time has expired. If you could please wrap up your thoughts.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to interrupt again. We do have a reopening agenda item, which as soon as we get through the next few items, it's probably about 15, 20 minutes away. If people have comments specifically on reopening, whether it's elementary or middle school, there is an agenda item on it. I have not interrupted people thus far, but I will if we continue with comments specifically regarding to items that are on the agenda. This is specifically for items, public comment for items not on the agenda. So if everyone who has comments can just wait 15, 20 more minutes, that would be great. Otherwise, we'd love to hear comments about items that are not on the agenda for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Jonathan. Then after Jonathan will be Randy. Jonathan? Jonathan, are you there? You may need to unmute your microphone.
Oh, apologies. I think I accidentally raised my hand, so we can move to the next person.
That's quite okay. Thank you, Jonathan. Okay, next we have Randy. Then after Randy will be Arlene. Randy?
Hello, good evening. Thank you for taking my comment. I would just like to additionally comment based on what the board president just threatened, that when you set the time period at the beginning, it's kind of a rule of law thing to then reduce subsequent folks' allotted time as kind of a punishment. It feels to me not cool. All right, so what I wanted to comment on is there is an article that came out end of December. I don't know if any of you have paid attention to this, but this is a multidisciplinary group of education, science, medical experts talking about schools and the path to zero. This group is out of Harvard, Brown, Tufts, and giving recommendation through a health and safety lens about what's needed going forward, getting to the end of this pandemic for schools and for students. So this comment is not as pertains to the plan that is presented tonight, but an overall strategy. One of the key recommendations is that districts and schools specifically implement an infection control response team, similar to what they have in hospitals, but of course not to that level of intensity. But that this is a strategy that would be important. I suggest that you look at this report, that you study this report. It's full of useful information. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, next we have Arlene.
Hi, just a quick comment, just so that everybody respects the time of the board meeting. It would be helpful if maybe in the future you could have a screen that shows the agenda items so folks know when to speak appropriately to the agenda items. That's it. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Arlene. Okay, and next we have Isa. I know we had problems before. Isa, are you there? Isa, you may need to unmute. Oh, we can hear some background noise. Isa, are you there? Okay, so Isa, if you're having difficulty hearing us, all I can say is that if you have a particular comment about that you need to address to the board, that we request you just email that to the superintendent or the Board of Education. Their email addresses are available on our website, smfcsd.net. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Okay, President Chin, we have no other hands for non-agenda items at this time.
Great, thank you, Peter. We will be moving on to, let me see, public statements related to agenda items. Persons will be called on at the appropriate time. Before we move on to the Foundation Committee reports, Trustee Corzo, would you like to announce the translation again, please?
Trustee Corzo, just as a reminder, again, anybody who needs translation to have them raise their hand currently, since there are no hands up at this time.
Por favor.
I think we're losing Trustee Corzo. Yeah, I think we might be having technical difficulty with Trustee Corzo. Tony, would you mind, if you're on, could you come on to the English channel and just translate for those, letting them know to raise their hand if they need Spanish translation?
Sí, para las personas que necesitan traducción de esta reunión, por favor no olviden que si pueden alzar la mano para saber si hay gente que está todavía necesitando una traducción al castellano.
I see no hands up at this time. Okay.
Thank you. We'll remind everyone another couple items, agenda items. We're on item 4.3, foundation and committee reports. Does anybody have any foundation or committee reports to report out?
I do.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor.
Okay, so on the 8th, I went to the Edge Foundation board meeting, and they talked about the readathon, sorry, and that it was a successful event. So I'm not sure if they've shared out the amount raised, but specifically, but I just checked the website today and it was over 100,000, so that's great news. And I just wanted to let everyone know that the Ed Foundation is looking for board members and volunteers. So if that's of interest to anyone, please contact them, and you can go to their website or even the district website, and it links you to their website. Also, we had a Foster City liaison meeting. It was Dr. Rosas, Trustee Chin, and I, and we shared updates with the liaisons there about reopening the Measure X projects and the Measure T projects. And we had a discussion about possibly linking on the Foster City website to some of the projects that are going on, so that the community can easily find out what's going on with the school district. And I just wanted to let everyone know that we do have 2 new Foster City liaisons. So it's council members Owasti and Sullivan. And then we also got to meet the new city manager. His name's Peter Pernajad. So that was this week or last week. And that's all I have.
Trustee Corzo and I attended the Equity Task Force meeting earlier this week. I know that she's having, Trustee Corzo, are you there? I was unable to attend the first part of it, so you can feel free to fill in, but the group did have an opportunity to continue working in their subcommittees to continue thinking about how the district can better adjust a couple of areas as it relates to equity. So for those, just a reminder, that's instruction, which is kind of a big group where they're kind of honing in on some particular sub areas, supporting our LGBTQ students, and also staffing. So I don't know if there's anything else that is relevant from earlier on. Dr. Rosas or Trustee Corzo, you guys can feel free to jump in. I know I missed that part.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear
Hello?
you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, everyone. No, I think that was a good summary. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling super well, so my memory's kind of evading me a little bit right now. I also attended the Sanctuary Task Force meeting today, and yeah, I wanted to share that our Sanctuary Task Force has been nominated for a Kent Award for its work supporting some of our most vulnerable students. And we spent some time kind of sharing feedback in terms of you know, our process, our questions for the superintendent search firm, and kind of digging into some of the you know, really important issues that we would like to be prioritized in that process. Yeah, that's my update for now.
And just to tag along with what Trustee Corzo said at the Sanctuary Task Force meeting the week before, we explored the inequity that's going on within the, you know, towards the Asian community, and how they're considered almost like the hidden equity group, just simply because, you know, that group has been here for so long that it just is hidden essentially from just our everyday thinking of them being a minority group. So it was a very informative presentation and breakout rooms. So it taught me quite a bit.
Great, thank you guys for sharing. Just a couple of, one committee from me is I attended the PTA council meeting the other night. Dr. Roses actually gave a presentation, a little bit of a preview of what we're going to see tonight. Actually, things have slightly changed since then, but we were there to answer any questions and talk about schools and reopening as well. So that is just the topic of PTA council. Additionally, just to give you guys an up to date, Trustee Proctor and I, as part of the superintendent search firm ad hoc committee, we do have, per our meeting on, was it Tuesday? We have contacted the consultants and we are introducing ourselves and giving them an introduction to our school district before their interviews next week. So just wanted to keep everybody up to date on that. Additionally, I wanted to just state in a lot of my conversations with a number of people, I don't think maybe the public is looks at the data as often as I do. I would just wanted to share a couple of things that I think Trustee Proctor and I heard from our county elected call, which happened yesterday. For those who don't know, we are invited to an elected calls, which is all the San Mateo County electeds. That happens every other Wednesday. And we get information updated from County Manager Mike Callaghy on our COVID situation or the pandemic and how the county is dealing with it. The majority of the comments over the last few times have mainly been about testing. And so we have ramped up testing where, and as I reported at the last meeting, the COVID testing site in our immediate area, just in San Mateo and Foster City, has moved up to the CSM, College of San Mateo. So if you would like to get COVID tested, they moved the drive-through testing from the event center to the College of San Mateo. So just want to let everyone know that. Additionally, for those who don't know, but it's a big sense of pride, as the county won't necessarily toot their own horn, but we are the #1 county in California in terms of the number of tests that we do in terms of COVID. So it was a big push for the county to make sure that there were mobile testing sites. There are multiple sites all throughout the county. And the fact is that we test more and have the availability to test more than any other county in the state. So I want to congratulate the county on that. Furthermore, what County Manager Mike Callaghy did state is that if you guys have been following the numbers, it looks like we will be in the red category next Wednesday, assuming all the metrics and all the numbers continue on the downward trend. So it's a really positive thing. He also stated that of the 3 metrics and indicators that we look at, 2 of them are currently already in the orange tier, and we're just waiting for the case rate for COVID cases per 100,000 to continue to drop for us to move into the red and then subsequently the orange tiers. So it was a big sense of pride for the county. Additionally, I wanted to let everyone know that there is at SFO, there is now a county-wide mass vaccination site that has been opened in one of the airport garages. They're currently taking up 3 floors of the garage and it can accommodate at the moment 3,000 tests per day. As more vaccines, vaccines. As more vaccines become available, they're going to move up and take over another 4 floors of the parking garage, and we'll be able to accommodate more vaccines inoculations as we move forward and vaccine supply increases. One thing to look at for those who would like to know about the data and everything, if you go to the San Mateo County Health's website, it's smchealth.org. There's a number of information in terms of the data and in terms of vaccinations and testing. So I would encourage everyone to go to it. To date, the county has vaccinated 116,259,000 people. So, or actually have been vaccinated. And of that, just to let you know, that is roughly 18.1% of all of the San Mateo County population, 16 years and over. So for those who are following, it appears that we are moving along with vaccinations as the supply continues to increase, as we hope it continues to increase. So do the vaccination rates. And I just wanted to give everyone an update, but feel free to look at the county website, smchealth.org, for more information. Additionally, what they want to state, and they reiterated to us to make sure we send the message to everyone, is that just because our testing numbers are down and because the vaccination rates are going up, that please everyone keep social distancing and wear your mask so that we can continue to reduce the spread of COVID. So that is the update that I have. And we are now moving on to announcements. Agenda item 4.4. Does anyone have any announcements they would like to make? No? Great, thank you. Moving on to agenda 4.5, superintendent report.
Thank you. I just have two items for this agenda item. One is that San Mateo Rotary and Sunrise Rotary started their annual dictionary giveaway for third graders at selected schools in San Mateo. Foster City, I believe, has already done, Foster City Rotary has already done the Foster City schools. And so they are participating in the materials distribution days. So they were out at Bayside yesterday. So just a thank you to not only the San Mateo Rotary, Sunrise Rotary, but also Foster City Rotary for the dictionary project. Then I had wanted to introduce Sharon Yu. You haven't met her yet, and I wanted to let you know a little bit about her. Sharon Yu is our new Director of Fiscal Services, a very important position in our district. She holds a bachelor's in commerce, banking, and finance. She's a lifelong learner, and she's gone on to obtain various certificates, including a CASBO Business Executive Leadership Program and a certified CBO program. And she's presently seeking enrollment in the FICNET CBO Mentor Program. So we have a well-qualified and lifelong learner here. She comes to us from Campbell Union High School District, where she was Director of Fiscal Services. And in that role, she performed many of the same functions that we seek here in our district. So welcome to Sharon Yu. She's here on our screen. I'll let her say a couple of words to you.
Thank you, Dr. Roses. Good evening, Board of Trustees. I am super excited to start working with you all and continuing the fiscal stability of the district. And I'm just super excited to be part of your of this organization. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome, Sharon. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Welcome, definitely. We look forward to working with you. Okay, as we're moving
sorry,
on.
Can I interrupt you real quick? I was having trouble unmuting earlier. I did just want to make two real quick announcements. I wanted to share that there is also a walk-up clinic in North Central San Mateo for COVID testing at St. James AME Church every Wednesday from 4 to 7. It's run by Curatives, so the same testing company as the county site at CSM. And I also just wanted to share specifically for our special needs community, Golden Gate Regional Center is hosting a drive-through COVID-19 vaccine clinic next week on the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. Appointments are required. The information's on our website, but this is for specifically for anyone 65 and over, and family members and caregivers to GGRC clients. So folks with developmental disabilities, autism, cerebral palsy, epilepsy, intellectual disability, etc.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo. Any other announcements that we might have missed as we move forward? Okay, and thank you, Dr. Roses, for your report. We are moving on now to the proposed consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion in the form listed below. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be removed and discussed from the consent agenda. The superintendent and staff recommend approval of all consent items. Movement of any recommended consent item is appropriate at this time. Does any member of the public or member of the board want to re-pull an item for discussion or questions? Peter, if you want to ask the public, please.
Yep, just want to make sure I wasn't interrupting a board member. If there are any members of the public that would like to have an item pulled from the proposed consent agenda, please use the raise your hand function in Zoom now. I'll unmute your microphone and you can let us know what particular item you'd like pulled. Okay, President Chin, we have no hands.
Thank you. I actually have a brief comment on item 5.2.6, the solar feasibility study that I'd like to pull and just make a brief comment so we can vote separately on that. But if anybody else has anything or not anything, then I'd love to entertain a motion. Anyone?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda except for 5.2.6. Everyone.
Thank you. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Proctor and Trustee Watkins for the second. Roll call vote. Trustee Corzo?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Warren?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. Just briefly moving to the pulled item 5.2.6. I just wanted to highlight and just mention that this is a very exciting item. I know that former trustee Rebecca Hitchcock and I were pretty keen on moving towards solar. The fact that we are now conducting a feasibility study to move our district to net zero energy is very exciting. But I just want to remind everyone that becoming a net zero energy district does not mean we have to have huge, massive solar arrays at every single school, because a lot of our schools are actually small sites and they may not be able to accommodate it. Additionally, the consultant that we're are approving here has done a lot of work, especially the work done at the San Mateo Unified High School District, which is very exciting. So it's at least they have some local experience. In their analysis, one thing that I want to stress is that they didn't mention anything about the battery energy storage solutions. And I know that should be possibly part of the whole discussion of the net zero energy. So I would just ask the district to look at that. And then also to include, make sure that when they go through their scope of work, to include the new Measure X phase 2 buildings in their analysis. But with that, those are my only comments just on this item. If anyone else has any comments or has any questions, we can move forward. But otherwise, I'll make the motion to approve 5.2.6. We'll need a second. Sorry.
Second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Parker. Sorry. It's been, motion has been made and been seconded. Roll call vote. Trustee Corzo?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Warren?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. We are now moving on to the reopening. We're on item 6.1. But before we do that, Trustee Corzo, would you mind requesting if there's any member in the audience who would like language services? Again, that would be great.
Sure. Si ocupan traducción, por favor levanten la mano y empujen el mundo para recibir traducción. Gracias.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Trustee Corzo. Moving on to the to the item, and I lost my number. 6.1, Dr. Roses.
Thank you. I'll be doing this item tonight, but Peter is going to put up some slides to help guide us through the conversation. Thank you so much, Peter. So tonight, my presentation items will include COVID statistics, testing and vaccination updates, reopening for in-person learning, some considerations around the March 1st reopening date, a big thank you, and some opportunities for folks to learn, have some further information. So as far as COVID statistics, this is a positive note. Let's look at this next slide. As of Tuesday, February the 16th, San Mateo County was still in purple. However, the case rate had already dropped down to 9.6 per 100,000, which was down from 15.4. We do have a 2.8 positivity rate and a 4.6% health equity rate. So in the red tier, what you need is a case rate of 7 or less, and a positivity rate of 8 or less. So due to the fact that our health and positivity rates are so low, San Mateo County may go into the red by next Wednesday. So this was rather exciting information. Let's look at testing. Just a reminder, our staff are participating in testing through Curative, and both Curative and Valencia Labs do provide student testing. We're working on protocols for student testing, and more information will be coming shortly. For vaccinations, as we all know, supply has created a delay. However, our educators are in the Tier 1B, and we have been told that school employees will begin to be vaccinated the week of February 22nd. Today, I received information which we sent out to our staff. Today, I learned that on Wednesday, February 24th is going to be a vaccination day for educators. And because the supply is limited, districts have grouped our staff, those who are in person now, those who are coming in, and those coming in but not working in person, and those who are working remotely. The first wave of vaccinations will include as many as possible in that first grouping. It will take more than one day to get through all of the Group 1 staff in our county. So staff did receive information about this, and they will be notified as soon as opportunity is available for them to go. And we are asking all staff that if indeed you have been if you have been vaccinated somewhere else, to please email us and let us know so that no vaccines go unused. If you can let us know, then we can take your name off the list and go to the next person. So it's Reem Habib, our admin, our confidential admin in HR, that's taking those calls, and she'll update the list. Now, I do want to point out also that we have been hearing that another site that is a federal site is the Oakland Coliseum, and a number of our staff have been able to be vaccinated there. So that is also information in the letter that went out to our staff. So just know that educators are getting started in our county. It will be starting on Wednesday. It won't include everyone, but we are getting it. The ball is starting to roll. So that's exciting news. The next slide, please. The next slide is about the reopening for in-person. Our target from the last board meeting was to be able to reopen TK to 2 and all the SDC classes March 1 and reopen 3rd through 5th grade on March 8th. So that is the timeline we've been following. Middle school, we have opened strategic support cohorts at Bayside and Bowditch, and also this week at Abbott and Burrell. So last week and this week, and North Shoreview is opening theirs tomorrow. So the strategic support cohorts have started for the middle school, and we are targeting a hybrid model for middle school after spring break. There are some considerations. Just want to let you know that obviously we need to have an MOU, and I will say in a minute, but I want to thank them already. Thank you for the work that all of our teams, CSEA, SMETA, district negotiations teams have spent. They've spent hours and hours and hours working on an agreement. They reached an agreement for a hybrid MOU for our elementary school on Wednesday, and it will go out for ratification vote by union members. And then the board will have a special meeting on Friday, February 26th in the afternoon, starting at 3 o'clock, so that you can also vote on this hybrid MOU. I did want you to also know that, you know, we're in between. We may be purple, we may be red. So there's different posting requirements in each of those tiers. So the purple requires a state review, and it requires 7 business days. The paperwork has been sent in. The red requires only a county review. It's a shorter time frame. And as you know, the county's already reviewed 2 previous plans and been involved in working on our plans. So that should be a shorter turnaround. We do have an end of the trimester being March 5th. Teachers will be completing their testing and report cards. So in order to bring all of this to a March 1st beginning, we are going to have 2 asynchronous teaching days on Thursday, February 25th and Friday, February 26th. We will transition to from the current to the new classes on Monday, March 1st. So all elementary classes will make their transition on March 1st. And so this is my formal thank you. Thank you to CSEA, SMETA, district negotiations teams. They have spent hours looking at different plans, reviewing the safety issues, working together to ensure that we can bring folks back in a positive way. I thank them for that collaboration, and we will continue to work together on the plan for middle school. So I believe that's everything that I had for this evening. And I'm open to your question. Oh, I'm sorry, there should have been one more slide for further information. Peter, did my slide get cut off? Ah, there it is. Okay, great.
Sorry.
Great. I was realizing. So for further information, it has been brought up that people need an opportunity to have a question and answer platform. This is not that kind of a platform. I normally do coffee chats in the spring. We moved them up. My first coffee chat will be tomorrow at 3 o'clock. And there's a flyer out on the other dates. They're there on the screen. And also then middle schools will be holding meetings regarding their reopening conversations. And those will be best served if you go to your own school site presentation. So there will be obviously common information, but then there will be opportunity for people to talk about their own schools. So a couple of different engagement opportunities, middle school and for middle school folks, and then superintendent coffee chats coming up. So now that is my last slide. Thank you. All right, so any questions from the board?
Thank you, Dr. Rose. This is extremely exciting news. But I guess maybe before we go to questions, and I didn't let anyone know this, but I was wondering if Julie MacArthur, president of SMUDA, wanted to say anything. So I don't know if I want to put her on the spot here, but I know that everyone worked really hard, including the union and the teachers and our district staff, to make this happen. And I don't know.
President Chin, if you'd like, I can bring her in.
If she would like to. I mean, I really want to make sure that we, say our thanks to everybody here. And so,
okay, Julie, go ahead. Julia, your mic is muted.
So sorry about that. My internet is really glitchy. I just wanted to take the opportunity to also thank the district for their collaboration on getting the MOU for elementary school going. It was a long process, and I appreciate all the hard work that we were able to do. And I look forward to continuing our work with middle school tomorrow morning, in fact. So that was all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you. I know we have board comments after our public comment, but does anyone have any quick questions for Dr. Roses at all?
I do have one question. I was wondering if, to kind of some of the public comments earlier, and I know it's something that I have mentioned before, having some concern as we move into hybrid, just thinking about kind of the equity focus and knowing that we still have not, we have not been able to get all the students that needed into learning hubs and et cetera. So I'm wondering if, Dr. Rosas, if you're able to speak a little bit to how we're approaching that and the thinking about our most vulnerable students. So I'm wondering if you're able to provide any kind of insight into how that work is happening in parallel with our general reopening. I know STC is a part of the equity groups that we're focused on that will be coming back in person more consistently, but I'm curious if you could just provide any additional context there.
I would ask if any of the executive cabinet would like to speak to that.
Yes, I could provide some information. So as we are preparing to have students return on March 1st, we are also taking a look at all of our learning hubs. We know that some of our students will remain in full-time distance learning. Some of them will return in hybrid. So we're having to sort of reconfigure all of that to meet the schedules of all the students that are currently being served. We also have school sites that are starting their own learning hubs and are starting to get those up and running so that if students are in hybrid, having the possibility of having some extra support in the afternoon. If students are in full-time distance learning, the possibility of having them come to school and have support at school. So we are also taking a look at additional hub classes as we move forward and to opening up some new classes. So we're exploring that possibility right now as well.
And we did apply for a grant for some additional funding for hubs. So we should find out shortly whether we received it. We also know that some of our community partners applied for those funds. And if they're able to obtain the funds, they can open more spaces also. So just more work in progress. And I did want to address also what we're doing something a little different with the coffee chats. We are asking folks if they have questions ahead of time so that I can prepare the presentation more tailored to the questions that people need to know. And because we're doing that, it's very easy to take those questions and put them up as an FAQ. And I've already started the Google Sheet for that. And so you will start seeing FAQs on our COVID page also.
Great, thanks. Any other board member questions? Okay, I do have one question, Dr. Roses. For those who haven't been following very closely at all, we have, reached an agreement with the tentative agreement with the teachers union. Can you explain the next? I guess there's two major steps that have to happen before we actually sort of ratify it. Can you explain? I mean, for those who don't.
You approve it, but I will let Sue explain that.
Sure. So we've reached a tentative agreement with SMETA. They will be sharing the MOU, the tentative agreement, with their members and putting it to a vote of the unit to ratify it. And if it is indeed ratified, we hope very much so that it will be brought to the board on Friday 26th at a special board meeting for your approval.
Fantastic, thank you. I just wanted to clarify for those who don't follow us that long as much to understand what the last two steps are in order for us to get back to March 1st or open on March 1st. Okay, without there any other questions, this is very exciting. I know we all have comments. Oh wait, Trustee Warren, go ahead.
I do have one question. Sue, I just had a question a little bit more about these learning hubs at the other school sites. I know you had mentioned it was something more for like afternoon extra assistance. Now, would that still follow the AABB schedule, or would it be similar to what's offered currently at the established learning hubs?
All of the Learning Hub classes are being reconfigured based upon the students that are participating, depending on whether they're in the A cohort or in the B cohort, and as well as students that will remain in full-time distance learning. So we're in the process of doing that right now in all the Learning Hub classes. And as Dr. Roses had mentioned, there is a grant that, for example, some of our community partners, as well as the district, has applied for, and hopefully if we do get that additional funding, we'll be able to offer support to more students. So right now, as we move towards opening, we're just trying to figure out how do we support the students that are currently in the hubs based upon the changes in their schedule, and how do we add more students.
Okay, thank you.
Before we go on to public comment, I do want to also mention that today, because of the concentration on working on the elementary, that was my presentation focus. And I will be bringing back more information on middle school at the March 11th board meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Roses. Any other clarifying questions from the board? No, and as I was stating, I know that we all have comments on this, but that'll come after public comment. So Peter, I will officially open public comment on this item. And if we can, please start. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody wishing to make public comment on agenda item 6.1, update on the elementary and middle school reopening plans, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Great. Okay, so far, President Chen, we have about 10. Do we want to keep with the 2-minute timeline? Time limit?
Sorry, yes. Yes, we really love everyone's comments. We've received a ton of emails. We do enjoy and listen to everyone's comments here. We have limited it to 2 minutes, partly because of the length and time. I know that we do want to hear everyone's comments, but we want to also make sure that we have time to have deliberations of the board to actually make our decision. So please, 2 minutes, but again, we welcome people's comments.
Okay, awesome. All right, first will be Lila, and then after that will be, I'm sorry, Leah, and then after that will be Julia. Or not, sorry. A lot of hands are going up and, okay, we'll have Julia, then after Julia will be Leslie. Julia? Julia, are you there? Julia, I see that your microphone is unmuted, but we are unable to hear you. Okay, Julia, I'm going to leave your hand up, but my only recommendation is maybe rejoin the Zoom meeting, and maybe we can get your microphone working. We have definitely a lot of hands up, so they will be able to jump out and jump back in time. Okay. Next, we have Leslie, and then after Leslie will be Molly. Leslie?
Good evening. My name is Leslie Thompson, and I'm a first grade teacher at Brewer Island School. And I am very excited about going back to school as a hybrid teacher. But I also have some considerations that I want the board to think about tonight as far as the reopening on March 1st. Our report card period ends on March 5th. We have a PD day on March 3rd. The way it is written right now in what was presented this evening is that teachers would have asynchronous learning days, February 25th and 26th. And this is before the board has approved and the teachers have ratified the MOU. So that is part of the MOU, that we would have 2 days to prepare our classes. So I am thinking about the students I'm going to be losing, and it's difficult to say goodbye to children that you have had for over 100 days of school, and all of a sudden it will be cut short. And to have that time shortened, to piggyback on what the psychologist presented to you this evening, is that the children need to feel centered and safe and feel excited about this new step in learning. And I think we are cutting it too short. The next week will be disjointed with a PD day on Wednesday, and for us to give valuable input to parents on that Friday. I want to thank the board and SMETA for all that they have done and for the district in providing this. But please think about a March 8th opening instead of the 1st. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Okay, next we have Molly. Then after Molly will be Carrie. Molly?
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Molly.
Thank you. This statement represents the voice of a group of teachers at George Hall Elementary School. We would like to thank the board for listening to our concern. Please take the following consideration when you cast your vote tonight for the March 1st reopening. The timeline is unrealistic and doesn't give teachers and students enough time to make a healthy transition. While teachers have had some time to process the switch, many students are unaware that this is happening. We would like the opportunity to support our students in a healthy transition to their new teachers and classes. We would like you to consider 2 reopening dates. March 8th would give us time to complete assessments with our current classes, finish report cards, prepare students for their class transition. The second date would be returning after spring break. It takes at least 3 to 4 weeks for students to transition to the routines of school and create a classroom culture. It would make sense to wait until after spring break so our routines would not be interrupted again. In addition, returning after spring break would also allow us to finish up the second trimester, ending on March 5th, and have student spring conferences with our current students and families who we've built relationships with for the past 6 months. It would also be the most organic transitions for our students' well-being. Allowing for a post-spring break reopening would ensure that most teachers in our district would be fully vaccinated and feel safe about returning to the classroom. What we, the teachers, need to make this happen is more time and a clear timeline. Time to facilitate lessons on change and the feelings that come with it. Time for teachers to be paid during contracted hours to prep their classrooms and curriculum rather than adding more countless volunteer hours. Please reconsider the upheavals that you are asking all members of this community, students, parents, and teachers when voting just now to reopen for the March 1st. Healthy transitions are planned out and communicated properly. We have waited 11 months for reopening. Let's make sure we transition back smoothly by giving enough notice to everyone.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but your 2 minutes has expired. Could you please quickly wrap up your thoughts?
Thank you for considering this urgent matter.
Thank you, Molly. Okay, next we have Carrie. Then after Carrie will be Desiree. Carrie?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Rosas, I'd like to ask for clarification on something you said earlier in your presentation. When showing the timeline, you said the trimester is ending on March 5th and the return would be the 1st and the 8th. You alluded to the 2 days teachers in the district agreed upon in the MOU as being used for completing report cards. I do not think that is the correct intent of the MOU. I believe those days were supposed to be for preparing for our new classes. Therefore, this timeline of March starting March 1st and March 8th really doesn't allow us to have time to finish report cards and prepare for starting our new classes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carrie. Next, we have Desiree, and then after Desiree will be Randy. Desiree?
Hi, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Wonderful. Hi, I'm here today to express my deep disappointment and concern about the inability for the San Mateo Foster City School District to get our children and teachers safely back to school. I'm a practicing pediatric infectious disease physician, a professor at Stanford on infectious disease epidemiology, and I've tried to support our district through this process, really giving you guys the benefit of the doubt and staying silent, but I can no longer silence myself. Although I recognize that the board, along with the teachers union, have been trying to do their best, our children have not been the top priority in this unprecedented circumstance. And I've been waiting patiently for months to witness a rollout plan that included in-person teaching. And I'm actually terrified that something's actually going to get in the way of this March reopening. Don't delay another day, please. Not March 8th. I think we need to move toward school reopening as soon as possible. You've had nearly a year to do the work of this reopening. No more delays. The risks are too high for our children. They've been out of school for almost a year. They have taken a terrible toll on them. The psychiatrists that spoke, I think there are going to be a ton of mental health issues. They're already turning up. I want to hear what the board's going to do about the mental health concerns for our kids. I want to know what the board's going to do about the fact that children are leaving our community. People are moving out of it. This is a terrible, terrible situation. Luckily, I'm an infectious disease physician. Children with COVID are not severely impacted. Child cases of COVID are often mild. Reopening of schools across many other districts has been safe. They haven't witnessed increased transmission because they're using appropriate safeguards. We know what works. We have the medical resources. We have the science. Social distance, masks, watch your staff, make sure they don't eat together in lunchrooms. There's minimal workplace transmission at schools. School reopening has not been shown to increase disease risk. It is not increased with risk of hospitalization for kids, and many schools have safely returned back. CDC's opened up guidance. We have the tools, we have the knowledge to get our kids back to school. Our teachers have been doing amazing work, but children learn best in school. Remote learning is suboptimal. I want us to push forward full-time school as quickly as possible. I'm a frontline medical worker. I've taken care of many COVID patients. I recognize that reopening school is not a zero risk proposition, but it's—
my apologies on interrupting, but the 2 minutes has expired. Would you please quickly wrap up your thoughts?
Yes, it's never going to be exactly perfect for the teachers, the students, right? But the whole point is, let's put our kids first. Let's put their well-being first. The benefits of reopening outweigh these minimal risks about it not being perfect. Let's get our kids and teachers safely back to school as soon as possible. We're already too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Desiree. Next, we have Randy. Then after Randy will be Joy. Randy?
Hi, thank you for taking my second comment for this evening. I really appreciate Dr. LeBeau's comments that she just gave, especially with respect to quit finding excuses, please. Just demonstrate some competence. First of all, why are we going back to red tier? versus the 25 cases per 100,000 guidance? And when are you going to incorporate the guidance that was released last Friday from the CDC? That was, I mean, that's important, right? This is the newest updated guidance about reopening criteria. Have you looked at that? I think it's important. I think it's really important. And what are the decisions that the board has actually made? Or do we just listen to a lot of waffling around to cover your bases so that we can, when it's convenient, hang our hat on something? I just wonder. Okay, so with respect to the plan that was presented, we don't get much of an opportunity to take part in any sort of the planning as parents and as experts, both of those things. I have a comment about the student testing. So questions that you might consider is, where is the bulk of the cost involved in the testing? Is the bulk of the cost involved in the sample collection, or is it in the actual test processing, the measuring of whether or not the sample is positive or negative? If the bulk of the cost is in the measurement, I would suggest that you look into pooled surveillance testing of the AB cohorts of students by classroom in order to increase the frequency of the testing and to reduce the cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Next, we have Joy, and then after Joy will be Miss Snipser. Joy?
Good evening. I want to start with a couple questions. I know you can't answer them, but I think you can after, because I think they're worth clarifying for everybody just about the opening. I just want to be sure I'm understanding this right, mostly because I'm a room parent and I want to make sure that I'm helping to communicate, and I'm also wanting to do something for the teacher. Hope she's not listening. If I'm correct, the last day of instruction with the kids will be next Wednesday with their current classes. So they have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because asynchronous will be the 25th and 6th, next Thursday and Friday. So I want to be sure I'm hearing that the kids have basically 4 more days with their teachers. If that also means for 3rd through 5th graders, they are switching teachers and remaining in distance learning March 1st, and then we'll go to their either distance learning and or hybrid program on March 8th. I guess that's what I want to be clarifying to make sure how that's going to work. And I think that might be worth clarifying for everybody. And that will help me hugely in my planning. As far as opening and comments, first of all, I apologize that you're getting yelled at. As a few of you on this screen know, I am an educator myself. I know this choice isn't easy. My district has chosen something different, but you have put a lot more planning into it. I'm personally keeping my son home in distance learning. However, that said, for those people that want it, they've made that choice, and my hope is that you're doing what's right for the teachers. My preference would be to wait until at least the hybrid teachers could get vaccinated, which I know would end up being, if it's anything like Alameda's getting right now, it's Pfizer, so that's 3 more weeks if they can get in soon, just to give them one added layer of protection. That would be my choice. However, being that we are where we are, I will leave that to you to hopefully do what's right on behalf of the teachers, because they are our heroes, they are our kids' heroes, and without them, we don't have schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. And again, my apologies if I am mispronouncing, but Miss Spitzner, and then afterwards will be Rhiannon.
Hi, I'm Kara Spitzner. I'm a teacher in the district speaking on behalf of a group of teachers at my school. We want to come back to hybrid, but we feel that we have not been adequately prepared for beginning hybrid 6 school days from now. We were advised 2 weeks ago that this was a possible target date, but there has been no communication from the district since then regarding the details of this transition, which has created a situation where sites and teachers all had different ideas about what is happening and when. Because of this, we're requesting the board select March 8th to begin hybrid rather than March 1st. I want to make it clear to the board that this is the first time teachers are hearing any of this information. Up until right now, none of us knew when would be our last day with our current class, our first day with our new class, or when we would have these asynchronous days to prepare. We now have less than a week to make preparations for asynchronous days and to close out with our current class in a way that takes into account the social emotional toll this change will take on our students, all while continuing to work on report cards, reading assessments, and LPAC assessments. In addition, under this new timeline, TK through 2 teachers will not be able to meet their new students before their first day of hybrid. This means that their cohort B will have 3 mostly asynchronous days before they've even met their new teacher. These young students are the ones who require the most support with navigating online, and their teacher will not be able to help them on their first day because they will be with their other group in person. Beginning March 8th would give all of us a week of distance learning to help students navigate their new online structures before hybrid teachers become unavailable to their at-home students. Overall, we're frustrated by the lack of communication and transparency, which has left us teachers scrambling to figure out how to best support our students through this. Why did we choose a date that would rush this extremely sensitive and important transition? Why has the district not kept us informed of the plans? One more week would make a huge difference in allowing us the time and space to process and prepare with this new information. Please consider approving a March 8th or later hybrid start date. Thank you.
Thank you, Cara. Next, we have Rhiannon, and then after Rhiannon will be Kumar. Rhiannon.
Hi, this is Robert and Rhiannon. We have 2 kids in the school district. I want to thank the board for all their hard work and everything, and I want to, advocate for do not even bend to these comments that they're saying, hey, let's push March 1st date. Superintendent herself at these board meetings that many of the parents have sat to said, once we go into red tier, we need 2 weeks. You guys gave them 3 weeks. You guys have put together a plan. No plan is going to be absolutely perfect. You have put all this stuff in for information. The teachers that are coming on here and saying that they didn't even know that we were going to go back March 1st, I think they're extremely bending the truth and it's getting on the verge of lies. It's been communicated in the principal's chats. I know our kids' school principal chat, it was clearly communicated. March 1st, we're going back. There's no way they found out today or yesterday. If they found out today or yesterday, I think they're extremely bending the truth and they're being dishonest with the people and the time that people are putting into reopening. I want to thank you guys for all your hard work, and I want to emphasize that the last poll for the parents to come back in hybrid was in October of last year. We know a lot of different information. I really think you guys, my summary and my advocates do, please poll the parents again to see if they want hybrid or distance learning. I think they're going to opt more for hybrid. Right now, we're at about 50% want hybrid. Poll them to see if they want more hybrid, and let's go in April to come back after spring break and see if we can expand the hybrid program, as long as those surveys come back advocating for more hybrid. And thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Next, we have Kumar. Then after Kumar will be Leah. Kumar. Kumar, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a mom to a first grader, and I was surprised how some parents were spouting in the previous meeting, and I heard a lot of teachers, even today, expressing their concerns. So as a parent, I'm here to voice my support for the teachers, and I think they are the ones who are on ground, who are going to take care of the kids, and they have very practical concerns. They have expressed it very clearly, and we should be listening to their concerns and taking their advice, especially on transition. But as a parent myself, I have talked to my daughter about possible change of teacher, and every time we could not complete the conversation because she was in tears. So it is true that, it is pretty difficult. If you're really doing it for the kids, we should consider kids and teachers' concerns for this transition. And it would be really helpful if it can be done after spring break, which means it would give enough opportunity for kids to wean. It's very important to have a little bit of detachment to start afresh with a new teacher. It would be really useful. And even the teachers are recommending that, after spring break would be much better for the kids. And if the kids can and if the teachers can get vaccinated, even better. So I'm really hoping you would consider not just teachers, parents like me who totally trust our teachers and believe that their concerns are valid, and in the end is good for the kids. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Leah, and then after Leah will be Catherine. Leah?
Hi, everybody. I just want to say that these reopening plans are no longer based on science. We should be open full time based on the CDC's new recommendations. We have seen that private learning pods, private schools, daycares have been open in full since August, and we have had no major outbreaks due to any of those openings. I'd like to know exactly why we're sticking with a hybrid return, which only allows for half days of in-person instruction. Kids are playing in parks all the time. They can eat lunch and have recess outside. They are accustomed to wearing masks and social distancing. Teachers are being vaccinated ahead of the disabled and the immunocompromised. In the guise, there will be a return to class full time. I want to hear exactly what that looks like, and I want for us to talk about how we're going to return to full-time instruction in the fall. This is enough. We have sacrificed our children enough in the guise of things that are not based on science. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Next, we have Catherine. Then after Catherine will be Julie. Catherine?
Good evening. My name is Catherine Pratt, and I teach at George Hall. Classroom communities that every teacher has created this year is drastically going to shift in a matter of days. Let's look at what a March 1st reshuffling date means. It gives us 6 days with our current class, and some say that's plenty of time. But is it really 6 days? We've heard it isn't. 2 of those days are asynchronous, so we're down to 4. I know I can't start talking about this tomorrow with my kids because I have students who are 1,000% believe that they're coming back to school. Their parents rightfully haven't told them that they're changing classes yet. So that leaves us 3 days to wind down a community that we've spent 108 days building. Logistically, once classes shift, teachers lose their areas contact to all students not on their roster. We can't look at Zern data anymore because that won't be part of Clever. That gives us time, doesn't give us time to finish the things that we need to get finished. And teachers that are switching grade levels lose all of their kids and have to prepare for hybrid. So it leaves a completely impossible timeline to finish what needs to be done. And what do we prioritize? Assessing students or spending that time creating closure for the changes that are needed ahead? I completely agree we need to pick a date and be done with it, but at least let's pick a date that makes sense. Even March 8th, 5 days later, makes more sense. Assessment windows closed, there's time to work on report cards, but most importantly, we have time to make that meaningful closure with our class. Over and over, teachers have been asked to listen to the experts when it comes to trusting science. Tonight, I implore you, the public, to listen to the experts in classroom community, the teachers. Let's not pick an arbitrary date. Let's pick one that makes sense and allows us to sufficiently transition our class to the next part of the school year.
Thank you, Catherine. Next, we have Julie. Then after Julie will be Marcella. Julie?
Thank you. I'd like to thank everybody who's spoken.
Julie, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, you're very, very faint.
Okay. I'll try and speak loudly. Thank
Perfect.
you for those that have worked so hard. I know how difficult it is to open our school sites as compared to those other places. I know the challenges that we have. I'm excited to work with children in the classroom again, but I want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues and urge you to consider waiting till at least the March 8th so that we can have a reasonable closure and have time to plan. There are so many questions that we still have, and often we've said to each other in our teams, well, what will the MOU say? I received an email with the MOU at 5:49 today, just in time to skim it before I sat to listen to this meeting. So I just urge you, wait at least till March 8th. Give us time to do this right. Take care of students. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Next, we have Marcella, and then after Marcella will be Rena. Marcella?
Hi, thank you. I want to comment on communication again. I am requesting again that communication be intentional and timely. The last slide on this reopening presentation gave information that all middle schools are communicating about moving forward within a week. So we as middle school parents know that next week we're going to hear from our principals. That same thing hasn't happened at the elementary school, and our children are supposed to be going back in the next few weeks. So I wish that same thing were happening. Why aren't we communicating evenly and effectively with those parents who are getting ready to send their children back to school? For that matter, it sounds like communication to teachers may also have been less than effective. The specific plans I know might need to be site specific, but some sites have had no information provided, which continues to decrease trust and community, the two aspects that we really need as we start to go back and rebuild our district community. I also want to clarify my understanding as a parent that the decision of March 1st was decided back at the last board meeting, and parents have been planning for this. Parents were planning for January 19th. Obviously, that wasn't the time that we were going to go back, but I wonder what mechanisms are in place that did not support or didn't allow teachers to prepare to go back when our goal from last August was to go back as quickly as possible. So I guess I'm just questioning where the breakdown is happening and why communication continues to be a really major sticking point that's causing a lot of pain at all levels within this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Okay, next we have Reina, then after Reina will be Steph. Reina?
Hi, yeah. I just want to, this conversation is completely perplexing to me. I was texting my friends who are teachers saying, if the original plan was to go back in January, how come negotiations or whatever the right terminology is, why weren't they not started earlier? To hear, I don't have elementary kids. I'm not expecting my kids to go back anytime soon. But for me, sitting here, listening to this, I'm just thinking that this makes no sense, that there was a date and nothing was done to work toward that date. And teachers primarily want to postpone the date. And I'm seeing a huge disconnect. I don't understand how there could have been a date for January that got canceled. And then I think there was another date in February. And then there was the date for March. And in all that time, nothing was done to prepare, I don't know, schools, teachers. I don't even know. I feel like I'm talking in some sort of Kafka-esque kind of situation because this makes no sense. And when something makes no sense, people supply their own rationales. And so I think what parents think listening to all this is that these are delaying tactics. I am not saying that they are, but this is what parents are feeling. Parents are completely left out. They do not understand what's going on. And it just feels like our kids are never going to go back to school. And that, of course, makes everybody angry and terrified and frustrated. Thank you.
Thank you, Reina. Next, we have Steph, and then after Steph will be Maria. Steph?
Hi, I'm Stephanie, and I'm a teacher here in the district. And I wasn't planning on speaking today, and I'm super nervous, so I apologize. But I just want to kind of say that there seems to be a huge disconnect between parents, teachers, and the district. And while I will openly say I am not super excited to go back before my vaccination, I am also, have made peace with that, and I'm ready to go back. But I also agree that we teachers need time to appropriately say goodbye to our class. I'm losing half of my kids that I've had connections with, like we said, for over 100 days. And it is super sad to see that connection just be diminished to change. But I also need that time to prep and hopefully if we can push it back till March 8th, we can have a couple transition days to meet those new students. So we're not seeing them for the first time in a 20-minute morning meet and then saying bye till that end of the day checkout. Give us the time to meet our new kids, say goodbye to our current kids, and really end our term, our second trimester on a positive note. I want to make sure I'm being very respectful to everybody and know that, yes, parents, we understand, we get where you're at. Many of us are parents too. We want to respect that, but we also want to make sure we're doing the best thing we can for all our students. And so we ask for 1 extra week. It's 4 days. It was already an asynchronous Wednesday. It's the end of a trimester. It is the cleanest transition we can kind of get in the middle of a school year. So just consider that when I feel the March 1st date was kind of pulled out of thin air because it was a Monday. And I appreciate that we were at least picking a Monday, but let's think of, how the school year runs and how a trimester ends so close to the start date. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next, we have Maria, and then after Maria will be Julia. Maria? Maria, are you there? You may need to unmute your microphone.
Hi, yes, sorry.
Go ahead.
So I'm a parent, and when the first email went out about whether you wanted to go back to hybrid or not, we had selected hybrid. However, since then, we've had a few losses in the family due to COVID, and we've decided that we no longer want to do the hybrid program. And I'm just wondering if there's a place I go to opt out of it. I know I haven't received any email about anything like that being able to be done or how to go about it. So if you could please let us know if there are any resources available right now to get that done. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Next, we have Julia, and then after Julia it will be Hamor or Hammer. Julia?
Good evening. My name is Julia. I am a parent in the district. I have 2 kids in elementary school. Technically, for this school year, I have no skin in the game because we've selected to stay with our teachers just to keep some sense of continuity. But I am curious what will happen if the MOU that was tentatively negotiated doesn't actually pass on the 26th, which is the Friday before the Monday when the kids are supposed to go back? Or what happens then if it doesn't pass? And generally, my concern is what happens, are we going back to school next school year? That's really important because the kids need to go back to school eventually. So if you could address this, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Next, we have identified as, actually, I'm sorry, El Hamor, and then Aaron afterwards. Apologize if I got your name wrong, but El Hamor. You may need to unmute your microphone. Okay, hand is down. Let's go to the next one. Next we have Aaron, and then after Aaron will be Nando. Aaron?
Hi, thanks for allowing me a minute to speak. My name is Aaron. I'm a parent of 2 kids at NSM. I'm also, I do a lot of volunteering at the school. I also agree with Leah and the previous, the parent who is a pediatric infectious disease doctor at Stanford, and all the science says that we should be back full-time now, and I would like to know what is the planning for that. I also want you guys to know that our family will definitely be leaving the district if we're not going back. We'll be taking our kids out of school, and also the resources as far as, volunteer time, donations that we give. And I think a lot of other families might be thinking the same thing. So planning is very important so that we can make our plans, of course, to leave town this isn't going to work out here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Erin. Next, we have Nando, and then after Nando will be Jamie. Nando?
Mute myself. Hello, hi. My name is Fernando Figueroa. I am a teacher in the school district. I've been teaching for many, many years, but I'm also a parent in the school district. And you know, one of the things that is causing me a lot of anxiety is the fact that I want to feel safe that my student can be safe, and that speaks to the heart of vaccinations. And I'm very grateful that, you know, Dr. Rosas on the board shared at the beginning some information about vaccinations. And I think for the many other parents that I talk to every day, having that peace of mind that vaccines are available and that teachers will be vaccinated would make a great difference. And I'm hoping that, my comment goes to that hopefully the district will have a campaign of letting parents know that our teachers are being vaccinated and how that is progressing. I know it's early, but it's something that will give us, me as a parent, peace of mind. A couple of weeks ago, I got to see a teacher who went through COVID. And even though the science says, and I read the science journals too, just seeing the disease on a professional at the top of their game and the toll that it took on their body and their mind, it's something to think about. Every year we do a Dia de los Muertos altar, and I wonder, am I gonna be in that altar one day? And I don't want that. So I can only speak for the middle school experience, not elementary, unfortunately, but please consider all these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Next, we have Jamie. Then after Jamie will be Anise. Jamie?
Hi, thank you. My name is Jamie Congdon. I am a parent of a third grader at Parkside and a pediatrician, and also participating in the school site council at Parkside. I had different comments planned tonight, but hearing all of these calls for delays, just one more week, just one more month, just until vaccination is complete, I'm a little taken aback, honestly. Kids have been waiting the full school year. We've had all year to prepare for this transition. All of the evidence that we've gathered about the safety of in-person instruction has been gathered when nobody was vaccinated. And while I fully support vaccination priority for teachers, and I'm thrilled they're being offered vaccination soon, I have to say I agree with the CDC and the other medical public health professionals that vaccination should not be a precondition for going back. We know how to prevent transmission in schools, and vaccinations are going to be, great, really important, but it's just, we know how to do masking, ventilation, distancing are effective ways to prevent transmission in schools. And this is not to diminish the seriousness of COVID. I know it's off. I've been working with COVID patients this year, but in this context, I feel like we can safely go back. And I truly cannot understand why anyone feels this is a rush transition. This has been the longest transition imaginable. And from my perspective, our school site council at Parkside has been working diligently since last fall, preparing for the original January date, then the February date, now the March date. Please do not delay anymore. We are not expecting a perfect transition. We know it took time to fine-tune the distance learning program. We expect there will be modifications along the way. I'm sorry to hear that people were not preparing sooner for this transition, but don't put that on the kids and the families who having delay after delay. Since the last board meeting, my daughter literally is asking me every day, is it still March 1st? Is it still March 1st? These delays are really hard on kids and families. And I also just want to quickly say, I know it's been a lot of work to get to the current plan for reopening, but I encourage the district to just begin working immediately on the next progression towards full in-person learning. It is safe, we can do this, and the parents are willing to rally and help with school site councils, whatever we have to do to get our kids back.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
Next, we have Anise, and then after Anise will be Sivan. Anise.
Hello there. Thank you for taking my comment. I'd like to have a bit more clarification on the middle school reopening date. I understand that Dr. Rosas will bring something, as she quoted, to the March 11th board meeting, I believe, but that wording gives me absolutely no confidence that we will be able to then turn that into a reopening date of after spring break, less than a few weeks later. Would you please clarify if the negotiations will continue during our long 2-week spring break? I'm really, really concerned. Every single day, there are more data-driven articles in the news explaining that schools can be reopened safely. Why are we dragging our feet? The longer we wait, the more all of those families and all of those teachers who are extremely anxious to restart life back on a school campus will continue to be fearful, with no scientific basis at this point. In districts similar to ours, there have been a lot of articles on Providence, Rhode Island, for example. It has been already proven that all of those extremely concerned families come back quickly once they see how safe the school environment actually is. Please clarify in your comments if during spring break, if March 11th is the next date where we will hear anything at all, if during that spring break, those 2 very important weeks, we will actually, you guys will be negotiating such that there is even a slight chance that middle school will be reopened after spring break. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anise. Next, we have Stephen, and then afterwards, Alexi. Stephen?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Excellent. I spoke earlier and I was hoping to be optimistic, but I feel kind of the opposite now. I'm honestly shocked at how incompetent the board is operating. You're literally ruining Foster City by your unprofessional engagement. I would like, after the public comments, actual referrals to these questions by Dr. Ross, Mr. Chin, and Ms. Warren. In the previous board meeting, you determined March 1st as the start date. Not March 2nd, not 8th, not 6th, the 1st. What have you been doing since the last board meeting in order to get that plan into place? Why are you not reopening according to CDC guidelines, like other boards are doing? What is the reason, the actual professional reason, you are not taking the CDC guidelines and actually acting on them? Why do we have teachers that are commenting that this is the first time they're hearing about it? This was in the last board. The union representatives was there, the parents were there, the board was there. Why are the teachers now commenting that they didn't know before? The principals have told us that they have been ready since November. They have everything in place and they're ready and they are waiting for you as a board to act. That's your job. You asked to be elected for this role and this is the job you do. And if you're too incompetent, please resign or do the job that you have been elected to do. But every meeting that you have, you put a different date. You actually said March 1st, not March 6th, not March 8th. I'd like you to please refer to that and explain why you have not been working with your partners in the community to make that time the date. And then finally, while teachers are important, this is not the priority. The priority are the children. And the children have been able to work with other teachers in other unions, in other places, and opening without spread of disease. And so the priority here should be that. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Next, we have Alexi, then after Alexi will be Julie. Alexi? Alexi, are you there? You may need to unmute your microphone in order to speak. Okay, I will leave the hand up and try to come back at a later time. Next, we have Julie, then after Julie will be Robert. Julie?
Good evening. I just wanted to maybe shed a little light on a few things and draw the board's attention to a couple of things. Safety is not the issue anymore. We have now a safety plan put in place, and I'm going to talk about that in just a second. But as far as like people wondering why teachers are so confused, prior to the March 1st date, we actually had a safety metric in place, which was 2 weeks in the red tier. We're not in the red tier yet. We're still in the purple tier. But the board moved from that safety metric for when we would go back to a place where it was just an arbitrary date. And had the board actually thought about this arbitrary date, they probably would have picked March 8th at the end of the trimester, rather than creating all of the shuffling that's happening right now. I'd also like to point out that we only finished ratifying the MOU a few days ago. And the reason that took longer was because the board again threw us a monkey wrench and said, okay, now you have to like think about middle school. And so we had to tease those two MOUs apart and figure out how we could move forward. We worked really hard to do that, to make sure that we could bring you a safety plan. And so our members have not heard anything about how this would be implemented. It's not even ratified yet. So that is a little bit frustrating to me. And I would also just like to go on record as saying, when these students show back up and they have air purifiers in their classrooms and Chromebooks and their and safety protocols and hand sanitizer and all of the other things that we've had to do to put those things in place, you can thank the union, the teachers, and the district for their collaboration on that. We did it for your kids. And I am really tired of teachers taking the brunt for this kind of nonsense.
Thank you, Julie. Next, we have Robert, and then after Robert, we'll try Alexi again. Robert?
Hi, this is Alan. I'm logged in under my son's thing. I'm a parent here in the school district. I've heard a lot of people talk with passion. First of all, I want to thank all the teachers for their professionalism and their dedicated and extra hours they put in distance learning. Then I just want to quote some numbers for people that believe in the science. More than 2 million children have been diagnosed with COVID-19, including 1 million since November. 197,000 cases were reported last week alone. So with over 2 million since December 24th. So as we know, COVID, and we've experienced it, it's very fluid. So the board, you are tasked with a difficult situation because it is fluid. The numbers change as we see more kids getting introduced into society and not kept at home, i.e. going back to school and those natures. We will see those cases without a doubt going up. I do work at Stanford. I am actively getting tested as many times as I want per week. I get tested twice a week. I do not work in the healthcare sector of Stanford. They all got their vaccinations. I'm part of the other side of cleaning and maintenance and things of that nature. So I wouldn't compare Stanford to a school district since all our kids, most of our kids have been distance learning as adults, young adults, and they didn't even let half the classes back onto campus because of it being an unhealthy situation. They have every worker getting tested down to the cleaning crew at least once a week. And I know that the teachers are only going to get tested 3 times a week, which is, 10 days. So I just want to give those numbers out to let everybody know that there are numbers out there of cases of kids catching it, and those numbers are going to increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Next, we're going to go to Alexi. Alexi, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, Alexi.
Great. Hi, I'm a doctor at Kaiser. I'm actually a neurosurgeon. And I'm really concerned about the brain health of all our children here. And I think this is actually just continually delaying. And I don't think anyone should be blamed. I think that's the problem, is everyone wants to blame someone else. I think we just need to do the right thing and get kids back. And there's never going to be an easy transition. And I can hear that there's concerns on the teacher side. We're not blaming them. We're very happy that everyone is doing the best that they can. But I think you really need to take in consideration that also, we've been planning on a transition here as parents. All the parents here need some time to know when their kids are going to go back. And, we've been planning since January that they'll be going back. And then we keep pushing it back. President Biden has said that this is a national emergency. And I totally agree. All these teachers are going and getting their groceries at supermarkets. I guarantee that. That's probably more of a risk than them actually being with students and actually having masks on and distancing. That's a solution. It's not vaccines. Yes, I've had my vaccine, but that's not the solution. We know that that we can prevent this through masks and distancing. And that's just makes the most common sense. And I wish that you guys would just stop delaying this and get to the point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexi. Next, we have El Hammer or El Hamor. I think we had difficulty before.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. First off, I just want to thank the board. I am a mother of 3, and I actually have children in all 3 levels of schooling, elementary, middle, and high school in San Mateo. And I want to, thank the board really, because I do feel that you have my children's best interests at heart. You knew that January date wasn't a good date, as we were peaking from a surge that had just come from Christmas and then was, kind of trickling over into New Year's. So thank you for not opening schools in January. I think that was very responsible of you. I am also a teacher. I've worked in education for over 20 years. My husband also works in healthcare. I'm really kind of disheartened by the parents who are looking at the teachers saying, it's just a delay, and accusing you of delays as well. I apologize for some of the tempers that have been given towards you today. I feel that the teachers are making very rational sense. If the term ends on the 8th, and they're expected to write report cards, why are we uprooting our children? I know that my child, my 5th grade elementary student will be devastated to find out that she will have 1 more week with her teacher because her teacher has chosen a different plan than what I have chosen for my daughter. She knows it's coming, but that March 1st date was kind of a date that just kind of felt like it got thrown out there because it was the 1st of the month and a Monday. So please, I am asking the board to really kind of respect the teachers' opinions. They have our children's best interests at heart, and I know that they have my children's best interests at heart. So please take the advice of the teachers. And thank you so much for your time.
And thank you. Next, we have Leticia and then Vanessa. Leticia?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
My name is Leticia Avila, and I am a proud mother of 5 children, 3 of them of which are adults. All of them have been in San Mateo schools. I have 2 left, one in middle school and one in high school. I just want to piggyback on Dr. Desiree and also the other NSM parent. Schools, I believe, should open for those children, especially who are struggling since distance learning. As my youngest child, which I never would have guessed because she was always the smartest child throughout all of her years of school until distance learning hit. First, it was problems with Wi-Fi. Then it all snowballed down. I have found a lack of accountability with NSM. I'm not picking on teachers or anything. I totally respect them, and I'm very thankful for all of their hard work, but it has just really unmotivated the children to see failing grades. And I wonder if my 7th grader now really is up to date on what a 7th grader should know. So I did suggest to hold her back a year, and the principal refused. And I don't understand why, if there should be certain standards to be followed. So I do feel that many children are struggling nationwide, even on the Today Show with Savannah interviewing especially young girls ages 12 to 18, just totally affected by this. Maybe the children should have the option, like the high schoolers are doing, which either distance learning continue or go back to school. But definitely the kids are in jeopardy, and that needs to be the focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Leticia. Next, we will have Vanessa. And then after Vanessa will be Malini. Vanessa? Vanessa, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can now. Go ahead.
Hi, sorry. Yeah, I'm a mother of 3, and I am concerned that schools still have not gone back to any form of in-person instruction. I want to quote from an update that Dr. Rosas sent February 5th. Hey, since it says, last night, the board meeting directed staff to move forward with the staggered reopening of elementary school hybrid program targeting a start date of March 1st. Following previous directions, strategic cohorts for middle school are targeted to begin on February 10th, and a middle school hybrid program to begin after spring break. This is an official, and it is communication coming directly from the school board and from the superintendent to parents and to staff. This isn't news to anybody. This is, yet another start date that was put into place after, health scares and for good reason, that schools have been put on hold. But the fact that we still haven't, and we're still arguing over starting our kids in school is really troublesome. Reiterate that there's still decisions to be made from the parent level. If parents and teachers really don't want to get back in the classroom, because this is a really polarizing issue. It really is 50-50. Half of us really want to, half of us are pushing back on it for some reason, for health reasons, for worrying, for whatever reasons you may have. You still have that choice. But those that do want to get our kids in school, that do want to have that social and emotional development that they are severely lacking in right now, this start date should still hold. The MOUs should still hold. We should have our kids in school March 1st, and we should be looking at continued hybrid and updates. Were we looking at next year? We've got to be looking ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Next, we have Malini, I believe I pronounced that probably incorrectly. My apologies. And then afterwards will be Fernando. Malini?
Hi, thank you for giving me a few moments to speak. I just wanted to not take too much time, but just sort of talk a little bit about some of the things we heard today and just give a few of my thoughts on it. One of the things that the teachers were expressing a lot of concern about was the way that kids would handle the transition in a week where they feel like it's not the optimal timing. And one of the things I just want to say is, as parents, we've been doing this transition work because we had this expectation of March 1st, as we did in February and as we did in January. So I know that for us at home, we are dealing with the continual disappointment of our kids as these dates come and go, when we work for, weeks to build them up, to get ready, to get, things ready for them to be in person learning. And then it all, gets put to the wayside, and having to explain that over and over to our kids. So I just wanted to say, kids are resilient. Nothing has been normal this year. And I hope that the schools and the teachers as wonderful as their work is, and as much as I know that they're really thinking about the kids when they worry about this transition, just to give a little bit more credit to the kids and a little bit more to the parents in preparing our kids. It's going to be muddy, it's going to be messy, but the kids are used to that now, and hopefully they can feel a little bit more reassured. And then the other thing is just there's some expectations about what I think about it. What am I expecting? I was fully expecting March 1st to not hold. Honestly, I told my husband this a few times, like, I don't think it's going to happen March 1st, just the way everything's been operating. So I expect, hold on, babe. I expect the kids are going to end up, or the board is going to end up giving into March 8th. And I expect that next year is going to be hybrid at best. Sorry about my child in the background. And, I'm just wondering if we can start to think ahead as well about March 8th, about next year. And can we have any plans starting for fall? Because if it's hybrid at best, we may lose a lot of families in the district. Apologies for the noise, and thank you for the time.
And thank you, Malini. Next, we have Fernando, and then after Fernando will be Martin. Fernando?
Hello again, this is Fernando, and I am a fellow educator from the Foster City Elementary and would like to counter some previous parents' comments wishing to force all students and teachers for schools to reopen ASAP while we are still in the middle of a pandemic and with less than 1% of our country's teachers even considered to be vaccinated. My mother and father were both infected with COVID-19 in December, and my cousin died suddenly last month. His last words were, like many others, were, "I can't breathe," before he passed. The pain, suffering, and trauma this nation is experiencing is unimaginable, and we as a nation haven't taken time to acknowledge this grief and process it. The question of should schools reopen is problematic in nature for a couple of reasons. One, it implies schools aren't open and servicing children. I am working longer days than I did in-person teaching, attempting to deliver great online curriculums, teaching students with special needs, attending meetings, adjusting and developing curriculums to meet their needs, and more. Schools are indeed open. Second, it is clearly proven to be riskier than distance learning. There is absolutely no reason anyone should be put through the grief and trauma that I and tens of millions of Americans have been put through this year because of COVID-19. No teacher, student, or staff member dying is worth that. It is absolutely ridiculous that during a global pandemic that has killed well over millions of people worldwide and over 500,000 Americans alone, that we are still concerned about learning loss and schools reopening. Anyone who is concerned about students' social and emotional health, teachers' mental health, and under-resourced schools, your concerns are valid, but these problems existed long before the pandemic. Don't use the pandemic to suddenly care about issues that have been around in education for decades. As a teacher, it is not worth any staff's health and life, my students' health and lives, or any person's life forced to work in a school building. And support many of our fellow teachers and other educators' sentiments, and whom have also supported your candidacy into your board member positions. For without them, there would not ever be any classes in person or online. Please consider postponing to a later date and do not force anyone to require returning to school in person until they feel safe. Ideally, for the sake of stability of both the students, let us teachers continue to choose with online distance learning even for the
Fernando, my apologies on interrupting, but please, your time has expired, and if you can please wrap up your thoughts.
Okay, well, that was all I needed to say. Thank you.
Okay.
Ideally, for the sake of stability for both the students, and let us teachers please continue to choose online distance learning, even for the 2021 and 2022 school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Next, we have Martin, and after Martin will be Nicola. Martin?
Hi, good evening. Thank you for taking my comment. I think it's been interesting to listen to the comments play out and perhaps see a little bit behind the curtain of what's been going on between the district and the union. And I don't know, it's interesting to hear, I support my teachers, and I hear teachers at my own school asking for more time, and I can't in good faith push back against that. But then I also hear, more recently now that this seems like there's this, frustration that the district picked a date without telling the union. So who's going to take the fall for this? Is it our kids for another week? Or is it the board for, according to the union, not having consulted with them properly? Or, I mean, is it the district that continues to take a beating every time we're on these calls? Maybe this is a hard situation and there's no ideal solution here. Maybe it's time to stick to the decision you made and just be through with it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Martin. Next, we have Nicola, and then after that will be Bernadette. Nicola?
Hi, everyone. My name is Nicola, and I'm the parent of 2 children at Lead Elementary School. I'm also in the medical field, albeit in cancer genetics. And I have to say, I'm just feeling very frustrated and very disheartened. It feels like this reopening has been dangled in front of us month after month and then taken away. And I was very against reopening in the summer and in the early fall, where I felt like our community was very vulnerable and we didn't have adequate safety measures in place. But that has certainly changed over the months, and we now have mounting evidence of data that schools opening is safe. I'm really tired of hearing from my privileged friends whose children go to private schools about how successful their kids have been since the fall. And our kids and the families who want to go back deserve those same experiences. It's the boy who cried wolf story. Each date has been set and then taken away. And I can't blame the teachers for feeling like maybe that March 1st date wasn't real, because each date has been taken away. I very much heard the early speakers who said, just give us another week. It does make sense to wrap things up in the semester. But I think what you're also hearing from the parents is that it's going to be some other decision that delays it. And I'm so fearful that there has been absolutely no planning at all for what are the next steps after what I frankly feel is a horrible hybrid program. I would love to see something where we are in school 5 days a week, a morning plan and an afternoon plan. We don't need to do all that cleaning. And nothing has been done to try and figure out what are going to be the next steps. It all comes back down to needing better communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. Next, we have Bernadette, and after Bernadette will be Wendy. Bernadette?
Hi, thank you. So to the board, I want to just say that you are competent. Sorry for some of those rude comments tonight. I want to just thank you for being thoughtful in your consideration. In the beginning, it was for the safety of all. I just don't want you to cave now because some parents are upset. We are educators, not babysitters. Here's just a few thoughts that I have after listening to everything tonight. The March 1st date was just a random date that was thrown out. So it's not as if we said, yes, for sure, we're going back. There is still no MOU, as Julie pointed out a little bit ago. Teachers are not bending the truth. The communication within the district really varies, based on the school site. Parents are not being told, I don't want to say they're not being told the truth, but it's kind of being sugar-coated a bit. I think that when the children return to this hybrid in-person learning, parents are going to be extremely disappointed, and it's not going to be what they expected. I just also want to point out one more time for some parents that maybe have their math off a little bit. The San Mateo County, San Mateo County is not in the red tier yet. And so way back when we said, I believe it was the January date was going to be pushed back until we returned to red. Thanks so much. And again, please don't cave just because some people are raising their voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernadette. Next, we have Wendy, and then after Wendy will be Heather. Wendy? Wendy, are you there? You may need to unmute yourself in order to be heard. Wendy? Okay, we will try again in a bit. Next, we have Heather, and then after Heather will be Eric. Heather.
Hi there. My name's Heather. My kids are elementary school kids at Fiesta Gardens, and they were told this week by their teachers that some of the kids will be going back to school. They've started to write about, change and feelings about change. And my kids are excited. Obviously we chose hybrid, but my kids are ready to go to school at school. They don't need a long closure process, but has already started with their teachers. So I'm a little confused as to why it seems like some teachers are starting this process and some are not. I was, listening to the previous board meeting when you guys chose March 1st. While that didn't seem like a total certainty based upon this entire school year, it wasn't a mystery. And my kids are ready, and I don't have to tell them that, once again, they're going to have to wait and not start school, especially because, report cards are due. So, I really want March 1st to walk my first grader to school for the first time this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Next, we have Eric, and then after Eric, we have Jay Mayman. First, Eric.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you for taking my comment. I am a parent of a second grader at San Mateo Park School. He is a special needs child. I can't begin to sufficiently explain how traumatic this distance learning school year has been for him. We, more than we can possibly express, we cannot wait to get back to some sense of normalcy, hopefully in the fall. However, I stand fully in support of the teachers in this district. I think to a certain extent, we can all agree that yes, in fact, this has sort of moved beyond the science. And I think that teachers have come to this in good faith and have given some very cogent and forceful arguments why this should be pushed to March 8th. They are going to be on the front lines of this, leading the charge in this return to hybrid, which I do agree with some other earlier commenters is, a pretty suboptimal plan, but I think we've all come to grips that this is the plan that we're moving forward with. But if the teachers are asking for one more week, I think that they should be given the benefit of the doubt to lead a more successful transition to hybrid, and this board should consider moving March 1st to March 8th. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Next, we have Jay Mayman, and then after that will be Brandy. Jay Mayman.
Hi, my name is Jennifer. I'm also a parent in the district of 3 kids, and similar to the previous speaker, 2 of my children have special needs. Distance learning has been a huge struggle for us all year. We've selected hybrid. And very similar to the previous commenter, I want our teachers to be as best prepared as they possibly can when we return to school. Everyone believes in science. School has been in session since the fall. I know that my children's teachers have been working extraordinarily hard since the fall to make all of this work. I think it's really important that as parents, when our teachers talk about all of the transition that our kids are going to be going through and all of the thoughtful plans that they really need to put in place, we really need to listen to them. They have our children's best interest at heart. They have, they're the ones that are going to be living the logistics of it. And I really think that if March 8th makes sense to them, that's the date that we should really go with. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next, we have Brandy, and then after Brandy will be Danelle. Brandy?
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm a parent of a kindergartner in the district at Parkside Montessori. I just have three kind of brief comments, questions. One, I wanted to know if we could relook at the current hybrid model to something more robust, like our neighboring districts, which are operating at 12 to 15 hours of in-person versus our 7.5 hours, just to make it a bit more worthwhile for all those teachers putting the effort in for in-person. Seems like a logical thing to look at. Secondly, I wanted to know what options do families have that need to switch a choice that they made months ago? Stay with teacher was offered as an option, but I feel it was a loaded option as most of those teachers ended up choosing distance learning. So the in-person options now are very limited if families felt they needed a hybrid choice at this moment in time. What can we do to address this? And then lastly, I heard that we might be considering issuing some sort of device to the children that are returning to hybrid. And I ask, please, no screens for in-person school. Please let it be teacher-student time and leave the screens at home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Danelle, and then after Danelle is Purnima. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. First, Danelle.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
So I won't bother to talk about the March 1st date. I think that's been discussed enough. I just wanted to voice that I would really like to see sooner rather than later the plans for fall reopening. If that would hopefully be back to in-person full-time. If not, what the hybrid plan for fall would be. Ideally, something much better than what the current hybrid plan would be. And with how long this current hybrid plan took to come up with, I would just hope that that starts getting planned now. I'd really like for those plans and the communication to start now so that all of that can get started, since August is right around the corner. I mean, it's there. And we know that parents are not happy now, teachers are not happy now, no one's happy right now. So if we could just start planning for next school year already, that would be great. And hopefully come up with a better plan than we have right now. I think myself, as well as others, knowing the plan for next year is actually going to play a pretty critical part in determining if this district is going to continue to be the appropriate place for my child moving forward. So, you know, these plans are pretty important to my family. Thank you for everything you've been doing.
Thank you, Dana. Next is Purnima, and then afterwards will be Stephen. Purnima. And again, my apologies if I'm mispronouncing that.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, my name is Purnima. Thanks for taking my comment tonight. So I'm just going to say two quick things. The first is about the March reopening date, which I think the previous commenter has echoed most of my opinions, but I'll say them anyway. I think most parents would prefer March 1st, as we've been hearing. Most teachers that have been speaking up would prefer March 8th. And I think honestly that having listened to the teachers' requests on this call, they have been entirely reasonable. They're not based on fear. They're not based on lack of science. It's really on practical, kid-centered considerations, preparing their classrooms, finishing out, you know, the current session with the students they have, finishing the trimester, things like that. I think March 8th sounds perfectly reasonable. And although it is difficult for us as parents to hear about yet another delay, I know the March 1st date was chosen on good faith by the board, but we didn't really get to hear from teachers at that point. So now understanding why they're asking for a single week of delay, I think that sounds reasonable. I would actually like to speak more on the fall, which is exactly what the previous commenter had spoken about. And I think it's become extremely apparent that the way the district and board have operated this year is what is causing a lot of the concern. The work that you all do is so admirable. It's really hard work. And we would love to support you, and we really do. Like, I feel like every time I attend a board call, I have nothing but respect for the way you try to go about things. However, this is an unusual year. And I think what's happened is that in this year, the way the board has operated has been primarily reactive and not proactive. So we need to start thinking about the fall. It's going to be here before we know it. The last thing any of us need is to find out in July what's going to happen in August. Each time we've pushed a reopening date, it seems like we sit back and then don't do anything until another reopening date comes up in a month or two. That should not be the way we operate when we're thinking about the fall. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Purnima. Next, we have Stephen. Then after Stephen will be CB. Stephen? Stephen, are you there? You may need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Go ahead, Stephen.
Excellent. Thank you. Purnima nicely said almost everything I was going to say, so I'll just keep it very brief. I agree 100% with what she said. I just want to ask a logistical question, which is, are we asking the teachers if they want to change their choice, or are the choices that were originally asked persisting? I want to echo 100% with what Purnima said about the March 8 change, and just note that this is a different, I'm a parent, and this is a different change in philosophy from earlier delays, right? This is a logistical delay that's well motivated by teaching reasons. It's not a unpredictable delay, which we've all been dealing with for a long time. I want to note the importance really of thinking about the fall. I think the sooner that we can get back into school, if we have a whole good trimester in this hybrid model that really gives us, time for students and teachers to be in this and really see how this works for our district. And I think that that's really going to help with some of the things that we've been hearing in this meeting and many prior meetings, which is a lot of fear. I think, there's people in my workplace that have been at work for the whole year. My partner has been at work for the entire year. My son has been in preschool for the entire year. And when you're exposed to people that have been in safe workplaces for a long time, you see that this is something that we can do, right? This is a risk that we can manage. And I think that, when we spend this trimester in school, we'll see that come out. I'd also think that, I don't know what kind of messaging is going out about safety in schools, in particular to the teachers and also to the parent community. But it seems like there's an opportunity there. And we've heard, I'm a scientist myself, and we've heard from multiple pediatricians tonight. And, if there's opportunities for those kind of parent groups to put together safety information and help distribute that to teachers and parents so that they can really understand kind of why this is a safe choice to make. And, we all understand that COVID is a risk that we need to take on, but I think the data very clearly shows in the Bay Area and nationwide that this is something that we can do even without vaccination. And now we're about to have vaccination on top of that. So I think we can get over the fear by moving forward and also through communication. And thank you guys again for all your attention to this.
Thank you, Stephen. Next, we have person identified as CB. And then after CB, we will try Wendy again. CB?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you wouldn't mind giving your name?
Christina.
Christina. Thank you, Christina.
Hi, thank you. So I'm Christina. I have a first grader at Fiesta Gardens. I want to say I'm very, very grateful to all the teachers. I know they work very, very hard, and I'm very, very grateful for them. Like I said, I have a first grader at Fiesta Gardens. I also have a 4-year-old in preschool who's been in preschool full time this whole time with 0 cases in her preschool. So I strongly back up the March 1st return date. With everything going on and the constant delays, it is a little bit hard for us parents to trust that if we keep pushing it, it won't be pushed back again. I'm also a healthcare worker. I did go all of 2020 unvaccinated. I worked with patients who were COVID positive unknowingly at that time. And I want to stress that masks work, PPE works, and it is possible to reopen safely now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christina. Next, we have Wendy, and then after Wendy will be Dylan. Wendy?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Wendy.
All right, thank you. I'm a community partner working with elementary school students with online academic support. There's no decision or vote that you can make or that will make everyone happy. I ask that whatever decision each of you make tonight, you keep in mind the community that you serve and stand by the choice as an individual and as a board member. On a separate note, as an individual, I would like to ask that those of you that are willing to leave the district for a better option, that you recognize that there's a level of privilege in that choice that many in our district don't have. Please consider influencing positive change for our students and community by staying. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Next, we'll have Dylan, and then after Dylan will be Daniel. Dylan?
Hi, I'm a current third grade teacher at Fiesta Gardens. When I start my new assignment, I'll be in first grade. I've accepted the hybrid transition to allow a coworker of mine to take care of her children, so she can that teacher can stay at home. I just want to reiterate the comments that most teachers are not arguing whether or not we should go back to hybrid. That's pretty established, but we're actually just arguing for extra time. I need that time personally so that I can get used to a new learning management system. I'm moving from Google Classroom to Seesaw. I need to get used to my new team, my new schedule, my new students. And I also need to finish writing report cards, test all 40, or close to 40 of my students in their Spanish reading levels. And I need to learn how to administer the LPAC. And this is kind of news to me. I was waiting for the red tier to be our green light. So I'm ready to go back. I'm happy that most of the teachers at my school are getting the designation that they want, distance learning or hybrid. I think it's good that it's up to the teacher, more or less. But I just simply need more time. So thank you all for your comments, supporting us teachers. We really are working hard for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. Next, we have Daniel, and then after Daniel will be Ebony. Daniel?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Daniel.
Hi, I'm not going to use this time to criticize any professionals in their opinions. I know that being a school board member is a voluntary position, and you're elected and you choose to stay. So thank you for choosing to stay in this community. To the teachers in this community, I previously worked in this district. I am now teaching in another Bay Area school district. I want to echo the support that they should get the extra week for the March 8th start. I was given 36 hours to start warning. So I got an email from my district on Monday night and went back to school on Wednesday morning with students in person. I don't really think it's that big of an ask to give another week. I understand that parents and community members can be upset, and that is justifiably so. I also want to echo that we're still living in a pandemic. We all are aware of that and fully aware that emotions are heightened, but attacking others and using unkind and just disrespectful rhetoric and language towards others is not going to benefit anyone in the long term. And I know that teachers are the professionals that really are going to hold this community together when they do go back in hybrid or distance. And it's a big ask, but I don't believe that the extra week should cause that much harm to students to their learning, and it would actually prepare them because you've hired professionals to do their job. And I think that allowing them to do it to the benefit of their students is the best thing that you can do. So I ask the board to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Next, we'll have Ebony, and then after Ebony will be Wall. Ebony?
Hi, can you all hear me okay?
We can, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So I do want to be considerate of the teachers' feelings and everyone's feelings, to be upfront. However, the lack of preparation is extremely degrading and insulting as a parent. It just makes me think, you know, what have we been doing when we set these dates back in December? How come there wasn't any preparation then? And why are we even setting a date without a plan in place in the first place? Like, how does that even work? You know, we're hearing these comments about teachers not being babysitters, and that's insulting within itself, because it's almost insinuating as if we don't want to take care of our kids, or we haven't been doing the teacher's work, the parenting, the cafeteria worker, the doctor, all of that stuff. We're playing all of these roles. So we're not asking anyone to be the babysitter. We're just simply asking you to do your job first. And to continue on to that, you know, and excuse me, because I am really upset about this, but you know, we don't want to force anything. We had these options to choose hybrid or distance learning for a reason. So it's like, let's just pick our option, and let's get our kids back in school, because this is taking a toll on them mentally, and this needs to happen. And we all need to just come together, and at some point we have to wipe away our tears and hold hands and move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Ebony. Next, we have Wool, and then after Wool will be Sandy. Wool?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Hi, so I'm a parent at Foster City Elementary School. I have a kindergartner and a second grader. And as many people before me mentioned, I want to echo that we've heard many teachers communicated already to the kids going back to school. So the fact that some teachers on this call mentioned that they never heard about it or they need more time doesn't necessarily reflect what's going on with most teachers. And from what I've heard, many teachers and principals have been preparing and are prepared to go back. So please take that into consideration before thinking that, oh no, we have to delay to the 8th because teachers don't know about it, because I'm not sure that's even the case for most teachers. Another thing I want to mention, I heard a lot of teachers saying we need to prepare report cards, we need to prepare report cards. Please remember the March 1st date is for kindergartners to second grade. Why is it even important to finalize report cards? If the report cards are the issue here, let's just skip it. I mean, everyone is saying we're in the middle of a pandemic. Let's focus on what's important. If they don't get report cards this year, nothing's going to happen. We need to focus on these kids' mental health and their well-being. We need to get them back to school. And yes, a week is a lot of time for these kids, especially if they heard that they're already going back to school. My daughter keeps on asking me, when is March 1st coming soon? Is March 1st coming soon? So please, if that's what you guys need, if the teachers need to skip their report cards, let's just skip it. Let's be flexible because this is a pandemic. And I want to echo what a lot of parents said. Let's be flexible. Let's listen to the new guidelines. The new CDC guidelines are saying that we can go back to full hybrid, to full in-person. We don't need the Wednesday for sanitizing. Why are we getting kids to school on Wednesdays? Why are we sticking to regulations that were put in place months ago and aren't even relevant anymore? And the last thing I want to say is that please let us know what's going on in the next month and in October, because as many parents said, parents are concerned and are thinking about leaving the district. So we really want to know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Next, we have Sandy. Sandy, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Hi. I just wanted to call in. I wasn't going to, but Dylan Beach is my daughter's teacher at Fiesta Gardens, and I just wanted to call in. I want to go back to school more than anyone, but I can't imagine the transition that he's doing, switching grades. And so if the teachers are saying the 8th, then I think we need to listen to them. Thanks.
Thank you, Sandy. Okay, President Chin, there are no more public comment, or hands up for public comment at this time. Okay, we do have one that's popped up. President Chin, would you like to proceed with that one? Okay. Christy, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Christy.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the board for all that you've done thus far, for showing grace and compassion when it was hard to. None of you were prepared for this. I also want to thank the families in my class who I've had the pleasure of working with, who have helped their students every step of the way. And I know that this might not be a big tale, but it's my tale. As Trustee Watkins once said, we've needed to make pivots along the way. As a parent and a teacher speaking tonight, I've been listening to these board meetings since spring. Over the summer, we had talked about opening in the fall, but due to the lack of knowledge around the disease, we decided to wait. Well, then October rolled around and we had talked about reopening, but then we realized our schools were not CDC compliant. So the district took precautions. They installed air purifiers, hand sanitizing stations, fixing windows amongst all the schools, and we decided to wait. Then January hit and a surge began. We had talked about reopening then, but then decided it was unsafe. At that point, many of the surrounding public schools were still not open. The private schools, I keep hearing, were open, but there are many reasons behind that. They have less students, they have more space, they have windows that open, they don't have facilities that haven't been updated since the 70s. At the last meeting, even the board, yourselves, were torn with the March 1st date. Putting on my teacher hat now, I would please ask parents just for a few more days of your time. It's not because I haven't been preparing, I have been, but I knew nothing would happen without an MOU. I would like more time with my kids, just a few more days. I am ready either way, but please consider the 8th. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christy. All right, Allison, go ahead.
Thank you. I know it's been a long night. Just want to urge the board to find a way to get the students back as soon as possible. I understand why the teachers are asking for more time, and that does feel reasonable to me, but we really need to stick to the March 8th date. We really need to start preparing now for the fall. You know, some students are fine. I'm a parent of 3 and a teacher in another district, and my kids are okay, but there are a lot of kids who are not okay. And we need to figure out what is preventing us from getting our plan into action. We need to figure out how we can make the in-person time as robust as possible. And we just need to start progressing. It's been a lot of delays and we really need to do better by our students. So I'm hopeful that as soon as possible, we can get open as much as possible for those students who really need it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Allison. Next, we have Kate. After Kate will be Colleen. Kate?
Hey, I just have a quick comment for all of the teachers who are saying that they didn't know that this date was coming. I actually just went back through my inbox and I went to the superintendent update from Friday, February 1st. And it says, hello, everyone. I'm writing to provide you with a quick update on the board meeting last night with respect to reopening of the schools for in-person learning. I'm going to skip one paragraph, but it says, therefore, last night, the board directed the staff to move forward with a staggered reopening of the elementary and SDC hybrid program targeting the start date of Monday, March 1st, 2021. So I guess my question to all the people who are saying that they didn't know that this was coming is, were you not CC'd on the email from the superintendent? Because to me, this was a very clear email and I'm unsure of how this missed you as it was in all of our inboxes. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Kate. Next, we have Colleen. After Colleen will be Stephanie. Colleen.
Hi there, everybody. This will be super quick. I would really love to see us multitask and start planning for full return to school for the fall. By September, August, I will have 2 middle schoolers. I need to see a plan. I need to have us doing more than one thing at once as a district, and through our board and with our teachers. We need to be able to plan for the future and get it done now for however this plan works out with our children and our teachers at this time. I do believe the district has shown a lot of flexibility. I'd like to think that a lot of flexibility can be made individually for particular schools, teachers, circumstances. Quite honestly, I don't care if we get a report card. No comments were written on my last report card, so I don't see my 5th grader needing comments on this upcoming report card. Whenever it's done, and I completely understand that it's not an ideal circumstance. And I just want to say that I know everybody's time is pressed. This is a very, very unheard of circumstance, but please, let's just be flexible. And honestly, it's hard to believe that we will ever get back to school, but we need to very strongly get a plan going for the spring and for the fall. And please put together a parent work group for the middle schoolers. I've still not gotten a survey. I've still not been asked how I can contribute, how I can assist. When is that ever going to happen? We were promised that 2 months ago. What is going on? Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. Next, we have Stephanie, and after Stephanie will be AW. Stephanie?
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
We can. Go ahead.
Good, thank you. Actually, I didn't want to talk at first, but I want to say I'm sorry for every bad and angry words you have heard today. But I want to say that we had a very good experience with all our kids. We have 3 kids, 1 in middle school and 2 at Brewer Island in the 4th and 2nd grade. And our teachers in both schools have done such an amazing job the whole time of distance learning. My kids actually, especially my youngest, she is so excited to go back in hybrid, and she can't wait for 1st of March to be in hybrid. So for us, it doesn't matter if it's 1st of March or 8th of March, but I think what the teacher said about the preparations and the mind health of the kids, it would be good to just wait for the 8th of March. But as I said, my kids would love to go back in hybrid. They really need it. And thank you for all your job.
Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, President Shin, there are no other hands for public comment at this time.
President,
Okay.
before you begin, may I speak from?
Sure, I'm just gonna officially close public comment so that we can move on to board discussion, but please go ahead, Dr. Rose.
So we heard tonight about March 1st, March 8th, and we did advertise the March 1st date. However, we do know that there is a conflict, and that was even in my slides, there's a conflict with assessments. So if we decide to go forward with March 1st, we'll work with union leadership and figure out what to do about the assessments. Because that may not be as important right now. So just wanted to put that out before you begin your conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Roses. Just to clarify, there's sort of the report cards and there's assessments, and there's people have been using it.
And I'm talking about report cards.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for providing your comments. We really do appreciate it. We do want to hear from everybody. As everyone can see, that this is a very difficult situation, and we have lots of people all over the place in terms of the spectrum. And if there's one thing that we can assure, that is no matter what decision we make tonight, we're not going to make everyone happy. So that's just the reality of the situation. Does any board member want to go first for their comments, discussion? Do we want to go ahead, Trustee Warren?
Okay, so I appreciated getting all the different views from the teachers and the educators and the staff to our infectious disease pediatricians, as well as our general pediatricians and our healthcare providers, as well as parents concerned about where their children are mentally and in their education. I'm just going to, for total transparency's sake, I am a NICU nurse over at Stanford myself, and I have seen COVID in newborns, and it's really, really ugly. Of course, newborns aren't necessarily our age group, but it is true that kids can get it, and it can be a lot more severe than just asymptomatic. That being said, I also feel like we need to really look at that research and look at what the current CDC recommendations are, what the CDPH recommendations are, as well as the WHO, you know, and they all seem to be recommending that going back to school is, you know, it's not the most perfect situation, but at the same time, it's safe enough. I think it should be also brought up that every family has a certain level of risk that they're willing to take. And some are willing to take more of a risk and some are willing to take less of a risk. For that, I feel very fortunate that we're still offering a distance learning option. So I feel like those that are more risk adverse do still have an opportunity to educate their children through the distance learning program. Another thing that's just been in the pipelines, we know that we have the Pfizer vaccine, we have the Moderna vaccine, AstraZeneca. The vaccine was just this week approved for use in Europe, and they're anticipating it being approved for use in the United States within the next couple weeks, from what I read on the WHO thing that I got in my email today. That will ease a bit of the vaccine shortage, which would be wonderful. I know Johnson & Johnson is still working on one that is still waiting approval as well. And that is, what's great with that is it's a one-time vaccine, and you don't have to go back and get a booster like the other three. I feel, and I don't know how to say this in a way that, so pardon me if this comes out wrong, but I just want it to be known that I think nurses are probably some of the biggest supporters of teachers. We're both female-dominated professions. We both have a history, both of our professions have a history of kind of being walked over. So teachers will not find anybody more supportive than nurses. Heck, we even share the same appreciation week. That being said, we have been back and we have been working knee deep in this pandemic since last February, minimally. I wear a mask and I wear, you know, a surgical cap when I'm at work. If I'm going into a suspected COVID room, I am wearing gloves. And I do test because Stanford lets us test as often as we want. And I test myself weekly, and I have yet to come down with COVID of any sort. And we're talking the brain swab. So we're not talking just a lower nasal swab. So I feel like if nurses are able to be in a hospital, which are notoriously dirty, and manage to not catch COVID, I am just wanting to put that out there that how likely is it to catch COVID in a more community setting? Yes, it's out there, obviously, but then pointing back to the data, it doesn't seem that schools are super spreader locations either. I myself didn't get vaccinated until late December. And with the Pfizer vaccine, I know for a fact that you have 85% immunity within the 2 weeks after the first shot. Then you get 90% immunity after the second shot that you get 3 weeks later. So I understanding too that the Moderna offers pretty much the same amount of protection. You know, AstraZeneca, I don't have the full data on because, like I said, it was just recently approved. So yeah, I mean, I feel pretty safe, and I'm just saying that mostly to try to reassure the teachers in our district and the staff in our district that, you know, nurses are with you. We want to support you. And we're letting you know that it's actually, it's not too bad. It's not as unsafe as it feels. It's not as unsafe as it felt back in, you know, last March. I remember sitting in that board meeting when, you know, basically the whole thing started with Dr. Rosa sitting there saying, guess what, we have to call off, we have to do distance learning. And I remember sitting there just when that announcement was made and that vote had to be taken like immediately at the beginning of the meeting. You know, now we know, as it was said in public comment, we know a lot more about this disease. We know a lot more on how to mitigate the risks. We know a lot more about just how to manage things. Also, yes, there's variants. And at the same time, they're showing that the vaccines are still very much effective against the variants as well. Again, as I've said for the last 2 meetings, and now I'm going to say it for the 3rd meeting, I am continuing to be very concerned with mental health and with kids just withering away in front of a computer. I am concerned with the adults. I'm concerned with parents having just that feeling of like, I don't know how many more days I can do it. I know myself in particular, it feels like I'm back in that early newborn to early preschool stage where all my kids are at home and they're all going stir crazy and that. So I don't know if any other parents in the district are feeling that way, but if you are, you have somebody in your corner. I really believe we should stick with the March 1st. That's what we said. That's what we agreed on. That's what we voted for. And since, you know, we are dealing with lack of trust on the part, well, actually on everybody, from the teachers in the union to the parents, I really feel like we need to start sticking with what we promise and what we vote on and try to rebuild, start to rebuild some of that trust. And that's all I have to say right now.
So I'd like to share my thoughts. I feel it's really important that we clarify that, you know, our board hasn't made decisions without thought, without consideration, without listening to every single person that has spoken in our meetings and weighing, you know, all of the perspectives and all of the information. We have made different decisions at different points in time with new information, with different considerations. And I think that we need to listen to our educators. I heard several parents say that they are okay with not getting report cards. I'm not okay with kids not getting assessments because we know for a fact that the achievement gap in our district have not gotten better during this pandemic. They have gotten worse. And in order for us to have a starting place and be able to support these students, we need to know where they are. Assessments are very important. I think a week of a difference, would mean a lot to our teachers. It's a cleaner break. Their perspective and their points made a lot of sense to me. At our last meeting, we did agree on March 1st. But taking this into consideration, I do feel like it's important that we adjust. And but I also want to say that, if we're going with March 8th, then we stick to March 8th. And, that might mean that not everything is completed still, that teachers want to get done, but we can plan for that. I also wanted to just highlight the continuous comparisons that we hear from many parents about private schools and other districts, other wealthy districts, mostly homogeneous school districts that don't have the diversity in socioeconomic status or even the COVID transmission rates in the community that our school district does. We can't just skip that reality. Like, those are, important factors in the decision making of this board. And so I just wanted to highlight that because it's it's just a point that's repeated over and over again, and it's not an accurate picture of everything that we need to take into consideration. I also wanted to take a minute to highlight that we have been receiving a lot of emails, a lot of feedback, a lot of letters from parents, from students, letters, drawings, etc. And while I welcome, and I know that our board welcomes the feedback, and values the time and the effort that these families and students and parents took to put this together, to send it to us, to advocate for what they feel and what they want us to know. Something that really stood out to me is that many of the student perspectives really highlight something that they're not going to have when they go back in hybrid. They're not going to have recess as normal. They're not going to be able to see all of their friends in the same way that they did. And that's going to be a difficult transition for them too. And so, it's unfortunate. And I do hope that we can get there as time passes and as as the COVID rates, the transmission rates go down. But there's there's the reality that it's not going to be the same school experience that our kids want and remember. We will get there eventually, but it's not going to be super quick. I also want to recognize that my opinion and my perspective may be unpopular, and I don't ignore the frustration in the voices of many of the parents. I do want to say that I feel like those parents and those community members that have been following the work of our board for years recognize our work ethic, the type of issues that we tackle, and and so I want to just stress that I reject the statements about our board being incompetent. I think it is disrespectful. I welcome any parent that is that frustrated to connect with me one-on-one. I'm happy to talk about it. But I do I expect more from our community. We can express our opinions with more respect and kindness. And that's what we should be doing, you know, in terms of, you know, modeling behaviors for our children. I also wanted to just recognize that there are parents that have left our district. There are families that have left our district. You know, some of those decisions may be related to education and the choices that our district has made. And some of them are probably not. There are employers that have changed their work from home policies, giving families a lot more flexibility to move back to, you know, the state that they moved from when they came to the Bay Area. And that's also a reality. The families that have the choice and the privilege to leave our school district and, you know, look for a situation that works for their family better, they have that right, and they can continue to do that. We want all of our families to be valued and to have a place in our district. But, you know, if I just, you know, I just think that, again, it's just, there's just something that doesn't feel right about hearing families say that, oh, you know, we're going to take our dollars with us. That's, you know, if that's what you need to do, that's okay. There are families that don't have that choice. There are students that have, you know, achievement disparities that have gotten worse during this pandemic. And, you know, if you feel like you need to do what's best for your family, that's fine. We want to meet the needs of our kids. And I think, you know, if you listen to the voices of our teachers during this call, you know, we have an MOU. We will be going back to school soon. And, you know, I just want to stress that, like, you know, we're still in a pandemic. We're all still struggling with very different yet similar situations. And, you know, I think that our community can value, respect, and collaborate with each other. And it's going to take a lot of, you know, goodwill and effort from all of us. And if you want to do that work with us, please stay. We welcome you. We've always welcomed you, even when you have, you know, a different opinion, even when you're frustrated. But also just please remember that, you know, a community is best, what works best when, you know, when people value each other and see each other and respect each other. And, you know, threats to leave, that's it's not really necessary, I feel. So again, I think that March 8th is a good date. It makes a lot of sense. It's a clean break. Gives our teachers more time to do what they need to do to prepare for grade level transitions, and that's what I'm supporting tonight.
So
I'm happy to jump in next. Oh.
Yeah, just before you go forward, just remember that if you do want me to work on something related with report cards, we can certainly look at that if that is part of the issue. But I'm hearing different things from you, so I just wanted to reiterate that.
Great, thanks. Well, I want to start by just, you know, I think it got lost in maybe kind of where we are now, but there was a lot of positive things that were shared in Dr. Rosa's presentation, from the vaccination updates to our case numbers, to the tentative agreement that you know, we've reached with our teachers. And I just, you know, I feel like it's really important to start by just thanking everyone that's been involved in that. So just a huge thank you to all of our teachers, to all of our district staff for working so collaboratively on a return to school reopening plan that is not perfect. That is not exactly what anyone wanted 100%, but that's what negotiating is, and that's what collaboration is, and that's what working together looks like. And
There are other districts that have opened earlier with a lot more contentious negotiations and other challenges. And so there's these situations are much more complex, and there's often a lot more below the layers than kind of, oh, the school is open, right? And so I just think it's really important to recognize that. And I'm just grateful. It's a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of energy, and everyone, as we have heard, continues to do a lot of work outside of their actual just a lot of additional work. Our educators have families as well, right? And kids as well that they're concerned about while doing their job. Our district staff have families and kids that they're concerned about while doing their job, right? So when we think about some of the frustration expressed, our teachers, our staff, our district staff, this board has those same experiences that you all do. And we are all in this together, and kind of reiterating some of what Trustee Corzo said, and I shared at the last meeting, I want to encourage us to, and I think that most people in our community are modeling this, but not everyone. And I want to encourage us to continue to engage with one another with respect. We can disagree. I know everyone is frustrated. Nobody signed up to be in a global pandemic for a year, and nobody here created that. Right? And we're here addressing one piece of it. But schools have unfortunately have always kind of been a community hub that addresses many of the failings of the way in which our society kind of operates, and without ample resources. And so I think that, and I also just want to say that these are challenges that are being experienced everywhere. We are not unique in this. And so I think it's important that we continue to move forward with respect, with collaboration. We are all in this together. Every single person involved in negotiation, every single person showing up at work every day, every single person on this board volunteering our time on a full workday's meeting after a full workday with kids and families that we're not with right now, is doing so because we care about kids. And so I think it's important to remember that and to proceed with respect. So that's kind of just to start. I think that the March 1st versus March 8th situation, I mean, I will just say that I take responsibility for not considering the end of the trimester in the March 1st date. That was an oversight. I believe we should have selected March 8th last board meeting. I think, I think that it makes sense. All of the reasons why March 8th should be the date make a lot of sense. I appreciated Kathy's comments. Teachers are, there's a lot of trust the experts. Teachers are the experts when it comes to this. And so if that's how we feel, then we need to trust our teachers and what makes the most sense. And I think that this request is not a delaying tactic. As again, Trustee Corzo mentioned, we have made adjustments to dates in a fluid situation. This has not been a stagnant situation. This has been evolving. We're learning, we're adjusting, and doing the best that we can to best meet the needs of students, all of our stakeholders, our educators, our staff, our families. And I just want to say, as someone that is a former educator and that still works in education, I think that the comments around, this is a delaying tactic are really hurtful and offensive. And I apologize to our teachers and staff that are enduring that, because I just feel like that's not fair. And the reasons why that ask was made, as many people pointed out, feel very rational and logical. And, I'm wondering if it sounds like the March 3rd is a PD date. Can that be a PD date with then 2 asynchronous days after that to really give folks, if that feels like it's going to set this up for success, let's set this up for success. We've been out of school for a year. Let's make the start back feel really good for everyone. And I know that it's not going to make everybody happy. As Trustee Chin said, no decision that we make is, but for me, that feels like the best decision moving forward. I also just wanted to comment on this, some of the comments around kind of changing what the plan looks like now. No plan is perfect. And yes, we know a lot more now, and we probably could go back more. But I also just want to say that if we change the plan now, which has been the recommendation, we will not go back to school this year, right? If we now go back to the drawing board and say, okay, instead of this hybrid model that we've decided on, we're going to do AM, PM, that starts this process all over again. We will not be back this year. So I understand it's not ideal. But it's what we're going to need to go with for now in order to get our kids back, which everyone wants to do. Our teachers are saying they want to, as a board, we want to, our district staff wants to, as families, as kids, everyone wants to get kids back in classrooms. And that is what we are going to do. And I think we're really set up for success now to do that in terms of where we are as a community, where we are in terms of vaccinations. I will just say with that, one thing I would like to request from the district, and I've requested this before, but I think having an outline of being very specific about what people are going to know when. So when are people going to know about reopening for elementary hybrid? When will that come up at a board meeting? When will communications come out? And then when will we have updates on how that's going? Same thing for middle school, same thing on Learning Hub, same thing for fall reopening, right? We need to get kids back in classrooms now. We need to make sure that that's ironed out now. I agree there's some element of multitasking. All of that is a lot of multitasking. We do need to talk about fall reopening eventually. And that I know was something that's already on the radar. Can we let people know when they can expect to hear about that? And so I almost think like, let's look at fall when we go back to school in the fall and create a backwards plan calendar where we outline at what board meeting people are going to hear about what and when they're going to get updates. That might change. It's a fluid situation, but at least people have a sense of this is when I'm going to get this information. So I don't need to be nervous that I'm not going to get it. I think people kind of want to know what's coming, and I get that. And we're, with so many changing and shifting pieces. So I would like to request that we do that either via our board agenda builder or some other really easily accessible way, because as we know, even though we have hundreds of people on these calls, we have thousands of people in our district, right? And we're not reaching everyone. And so just wanting to make that as clear as possible. And then the last thing I'll say is that, I just want to, I know I've also shared this before, and I shared this a little bit in my question, but I think as we move forward with these plans and kind of getting back to what was some sort of normal, I'm a little bit concerned about our most vulnerable students and how they are or are not being supported. And I just want to make sure that that stays on the forefront. And so I want to make sure that we're continuing to get our, updates on data and hearing how that's being addressed. And so I would love for us to integrate that into an upcoming meeting in terms of how we're really supporting our most vulnerable learners and what we know about what's working and what's not working and how we can adapt and adjust. Because I'm concerned that as we kind of get back into the routine of this is normal as normal gets right now, that focus. And I think we have an opportunity here to really reimagine what school looks like, and particularly how it addresses the needs of our most vulnerable kids. And I want to make sure that we're continuing to do that. And I guess I'll end. I know I said that was the last thing, but the last thing I'll say is, as Trustee Corzo said, this board has, for the folks who have been following for a while, a real commitment, and you'll see that in our next agenda item, and value on equity and providing support to all students and addressing systemic inequities that continue to persist in our district and continue to widen. And, I think comments that really at their core are kind of a threat to leave our district and pull resources are disheartening and divisive. And I think that as a community, we do need to be better than that. That's not the kind of inclusive environment that as a board, we have set policy and made decisions to push. And so I would just encourage everyone to really reflect on kind of using those comments as a way to threaten push a particular action that is best for you. Again, understand the frustration. I just think we really need to think about how to best maintaining that respect and really thinking about the kind of community that we want to be a part of. Is it one where it's I'm going to take mine and go somewhere else because I don't like it? Or is it one where I'm going to pull together and think about how I'm going to support this entire community to be the kind of community that I want to live in and I want my kids to go to school in? Which one are we creating here? And I think we have an opportunity to make that decision. So I would encourage everyone to reflect on that. I'm going to be turning my camera off for a minute. If everyone couldn't hear my screaming newborn in the background, I'm listening, but my camera will be off for a minute.
Okay, so, excuse me. I wanted to first extend my thanks and gratitude to SMETA and CSEA leadership and all the teachers, classified staff, administration, and the district team for all their hard work over the last year, but also over the last recent months working towards getting kids back onto campus. I know this has not been an easy journey, so I just really thank everybody for all their hard work. I guess I would ask parents to kind of keep in mind that even though your kids have been at home, educators have not stopped supporting all of our kids. I truly believe that they want what's best for our students. And I just wanted to point out a public comment, without naming names, a person that continuously showed up to board meetings and spoken out for wanting her kids back on campus as soon as possible. I've always respected her comments and concerns for her kids, but tonight she heard from her child's teacher and she listened and she understands that there's complications about transitioning to back onto campus. And so she felt like March 8th seemed reasonable. And so when I hear from teachers, I hear the same thing. And I think, you know, that sounds reasonable. And I would just ask parents to think about their own child's teachers. And if they told you, being the experts that they are, that due to their workload and what they have on their plate, that they need an additional week, I think that that's completely reasonable to me. I think educators are the professionals here. They have a job to do. We have advocated and really pushed for attracting and retaining high quality educators for a reason in our district. So I think that we made the decision for March 1st return because we were talking about being under 25 cases per 100,000. We were listening to the science. But I do believe that if we had all of the information from our teachers, that we would have at least weighed that when we made the decision and probably would have settled on the March 8th date because that makes sense. I can want kids back on campus and want our teachers to feel ready at the same time. So I support their need for an additional week to wrap up assessments, report cards, and transition back to their classrooms. So that is those are my comments. I did have one question, and excuse me for if this is like, I'm just not understanding properly, but I was wondering if there's any way to get the special day classes back onto campus earlier. I think these are some of our students that are struggling the most with distance learning. And so if we were able to say they come back on March 1st or midweek or whatever it is, that I would also support that as well. So those are my comments.
You read my mind, Trustee Proctor. That's exactly what I was just thinking at the very end of your comments. Okay, I want to first thank everybody for all their comments again. We have received a ton of comments, both emails, letters in the mail, letters from students, and a number of people here obviously providing public comment here at our meetings. It is a very difficult situation. It's extremely difficult. I would say, you know, and I sort of started with this last 2 weeks ago, it was super frustrating, but I would say the last month, even though we went through the summer of hell, is what I called it, that last summer, when we were meeting every single week, going to 1 a.m. To figure out what we were doing for the fall. Even though we all went through that, this last month has probably been even more difficult than that. Last summer, we didn't really know as much as we know now. And to make decisions without sort of data and science and everything else and vaccines and testing, that was really hard. But now we actually know a lot more. We know what's going on. We know our schools are not super spreaders. You know, the vaccine is on the horizon. You know, like I mentioned before, the county, San Mateo County, is the #1 county in California in terms of the number of tests that we do or that we provide. So it's really difficult, a really difficult situation. I keep looking at my watch because my heart rate keeps racing as we start to hear all these comments, because it's so difficult. I mean, there was a lot of valid comments, a lot of great comments. I do hear the teachers. You know, it is something. I mean, school has been open, right? I know we call it reopening, but it is true. It's really more of a return to in-person. So there is a bit of a language there, but we have been providing education to our students. The teachers do have, a very valid points in terms of, the end of the trimester. And then you had to listen to the parents, and you listen to the parents and how much they're struggling as well. And how, when you look at it, and I'm glad that I think it was Christy who provided sort of the background of where we've been, because I usually do that. It's crazy how the ups and downs that we have had, not just during the summer and the last few months of last year, but literally the last month. I mean, it was guaranteed that we would basically, something new would come out every single week that would change our minds or have an impact on our decisions. That was last year. That was 2019. 2020, we've had multiple things each week that have changed, and this week right now, right, the new CDC guidelines, which sort of just came out, the fact that we are now having a special vaccination event, for our teachers on February 24th. All these things are just constantly flowing. The fact that we, Mike Callaghy, the county manager, and looking at all the data and everything, says that we're predicted to move into the red next Wednesday, or the fact that, he predicts that we could very well move into the orange in 3 weeks after that, just because of where our numbers are. Or even today, I mean, the fact that, we've got the tentative MOU, right? Which is a huge deal. It's absolutely huge. And I want to definitely thank everyone who's worked on it. We have a district team, negotiating team that has worked really hard, but SMETA, our teachers union, also has a team, and they've worked really hard. And to actually come together, to compromise, and to actually have a tentative MOU, which actually does still need to be ratified. So, and I don't want to, say that it's done. The teachers do need to vote on it, and then we do need to approve it next Friday, but I can pretty much guarantee I don't think anyone would probably say no to it. There are still things that still need to be done. I am sensitive, though, the fact that, over the year we have gone back and forth. Originally we said the January 19th, and then we said, okay, we're going to go back within 2 weeks of the red. Then Newsom's plan came out and said, oh, dangling, close to $5 million in front of us, and said, hey, let's go February 16th. And then Newsom's plan died. But although what we're hearing, though, is that it is coming back to life, and that it's starting to trickle out in terms of what is needed. So there's this constant change. There's constant change going on. But it's hard to sort of go against sort of the science and the data and what we've learned about the virus. I am very sensitive to the teachers and the teachers' needs. I'm very sensitive to what the parents have said, hey, let's just pick the date and move on. I think, one of Dr. Rose's slides and what Trustee Watkins did state earlier again is that we're all in this together, and we are. And we do need to kind of move on. The whole comments about fall and, what are we doing? It's like, honestly, we will have a plan for fall, but I'm not there yet. We need to get our kids back in school now. It's like, let's get the kids back in school, and then we can start thinking about fall. I mean, I know actually we have been thinking about fall just internally, but, that's sort of frustrating, but I know that people need to make decisions, because I hear it too. I mean, people are trying to decide whether they're going to stick around. And it's hard. So I'm just trying to figure out basically this whole time, and is there sort of a middle ground? I hear the teachers with March 8th, and I do respect that. We originally set March 1st, and I think it was pretty clear I think the communication was clear by Dr. Roses right after our board meeting, because she sent the email out the day right afterwards. It was the Friday right after our meeting that went into the early morning of that Friday. But I'm also sensitive to the fact that, look, our teachers, they're not necessarily on our calls, right? I mean, they're not there, here at 10:09 at night or 11 or at midnight when we make decisions, because they're preparing for the next day's school day to take care of our own kids. So I'm sensitive to that. So I'm trying to figure out if there's a middle ground. The MOU, which really did just come out, and we, just along with the other teachers, had that say in the public comment, we just got a copy of the details of the MOU exactly at the same time. Basically, it was around 5 o'clock in terms of what the actual details were. But it does provide the whole asynchronous days for the Thursday and Friday of next week for that transition. That was a negotiated item by the teachers, by SMETA leadership and the union negotiating team. It's hard to kind of go against that in terms of saying, hey, even though we heard tonight the teachers want more time and about the assessments, it's hard to kind of go against the fact that the leadership team of SMETA did agree that this would be the time that would help. And maybe it wasn't necessarily assessments, maybe it was really meant for, transitioning to the hybrid classrooms. Either way, there's still some time, but I do feel like we do need to give teachers some time. So I'm stuck. But Dr. Roses, you did say, like, when we hear about the assessments, you did say that if we chose March 1st, that there is some room that the district would go ahead and try and figure something out to meet the teachers' needs. And I do think that what we're running into now, which is making it so difficult, is we're getting into the nitty-gritty. We basically are very close to basically returning to in-person, but we're now dealing with just the nitty-gritty details. Personally, I think that with everything that has been going on, honestly, I'm afraid that there's going to be something that pops, drops in the sky tomorrow or the next day that could potentially push back the date, whether it's March 1st or March 8th. I mean, unfortunately, that's sort of the reality that we've been in the last month, that something could easily sort of drop from the sky and it could go one way or another. I also feel like we need to sort of heal as a district, because I think that there is a lot of animosity between teachers and parents and the district, but we are all in this together, and we need to, return to in-person learning and sort of move on and start healing. So where I'm at, okay. Sorry for that long tirade. So where I'm at is, I feel like we need to stick with the March 1st date. With that being said, we have some flexibility here, right? In our MOU, we've talked about giving the Thursday and Friday to asynchronous days to help our teachers. I know that Wednesday appears to be another asynchronous day. It's not a professional development day unless I'm wrong. It's another asynchronous day. And I do know, my initial thought was someone had provided the comment about report cards and the assessments and like saying, I don't need it, or they don't need it. But I would definitely agree with Trustee Corzo that we do need that data. We need that measurement. We need to know, what has really been going on and where our kids are. So not having the assessment is definitely not the right way to go. I do think that I look at our STC classes, and of all families and all cohorts, I mean, they are definitely hurting. And my initial thought is we do need to reopen March 1st. My sort of middle ground maybe is saying, let's go ahead and open on March 1st, but instead of, TK through second with STC, maybe it's just STC. And maybe it's STC with TK and K, because those are the ones who are really, really need help. the younger kids. I think we have some flexibility. The reason why it was TK through second with SDC is because of Newsom's plan. You know, originally that was the category that we had, unless I'm wrong. But I feel like we have some flexibility there, but maybe I'm wrong because it looks like Dr. Roses, you want to say something. So
Yeah, I just want to step in and remind everyone that whatever date it is, everyone will have to make the transition. You heard from a teacher tonight who's changing grade levels. So the transition will have to happen. I mean, maybe the SDC is more of a separate situation, but your TK through 5 is not. So you have to make a transition at once with everyone. And
so maybe
Sue,
it's just,
it looks like Sue might have something to add.
sorry, so maybe it's just SDC. Go ahead, Sue.
I also wanted to add that, you know, we have a lot of mainstreaming occurring in our STC classes, so that's going to be interrupted as well. And so if we do make that transition, we really need to do it all at once. And I know that, you know, you've had hours of public comment and you've really debated this of it. I think that if you do stay with the March 1st date, as Dr. Roses has said, you know, we certainly are willing to work with union leadership and with our teachers to take a look at, you know, parents have commented that, you know, do we really need to have report cards, you know, and taking a look at assessments to see which ones are
So you're thinking that maybe if you turn your camera off, then you can be heard. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, that's okay. Like I said, Dr. Roses had said earlier that, you know, if the board does decide to go with a March 1st start date, that, you know, we certainly would be willing to work with, you know, union leadership, SMED leadership to really figure out ways to provide them with more time, you know, and we could take a look at, you know, do we really need to do trimester report cards? Is that, you know, are some of the assessments, are there other ways that we can figure out how to do those assessments and not necessarily have teachers do them? So, but in terms of a transition, we would all need to transition together. It wouldn't be able to be just one group.
If I may say, yeah, you know, inclusion is such an important thing for both, you know, gen ed students as well as the special ed students. There's so much peer modeling going on both ways. So to me, I think it would be doing the STC class students a real disservice by bringing them back first and then waiting some time and bringing back the other grades. My other comment would be too, is if we do micro staggering like that, when are we going to finally bring back everybody? Yeah. You know, it just, I mean, talk about dangling the carrot for the older grades. I mean, that would just be my concern, that we would start heading in that direction again. So I do feel that bringing, you know, it just feels right to bring back SDC TK through second because they are younger and because developmentally it's a good cohort. And then also just speaking to earlier comments regarding playground time. I have driven past the College Park Learning Hub at lunchtime many, many, many times. And I will tell you right now, they're not all 6 feet apart. I'm like, I've seen kids, you know, very, very close and chasing after each other and basically treating recess like recess. So I don't know. I mean, we could always put the recommendations out there, but to be honest with you, and I mean, these aren't just like small kids. We're talking like 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders as well. I just don't see how, you know, you can continue to keep 6 feet apart. And now the guidelines are even less. I mean, they're saying even 3 feet apart, which if we're going by droplet precautions, it is 3 feet. airborne, you just have to deal with. But yeah, I don't see the value in necessarily splitting SDC from TK through second. And then I really feel like we should just keep the cohorts as they are.
Yeah, thank you. I think that, you know, the reality of the situation is, like, as I sort of try and find the middle ground, you know, for those who don't understand or who are not familiar with how we operate, we literally can't talk to one another, you know, outside of one other trustee on a regular basis because of the Brown Act. So this is the only time for us to sort of air our thoughts and concerns and actually talk to each other. So if it seems like we're sort of all over the place, that's why this is our time to actually deliberate and discuss. So just with that clarification, and thank you for that. I was trying to find a middle ground, but it sounds like there is some way that we can work around, you know, accommodating the teachers and going back to them and meeting with their needs after what we heard. So my position, just to put it out there, is to stick with the March 1st date.
I was just going to make a proposal to, or potentially put something on the table. I know we do need to vote, and from comments, it sounds like myself, Trustee Corzo, and Trustee, well, it sounds like we might have, maybe I'll just put a motion on the table, unless there's other comments. No other comments? Okay. Then I would just motion for us to set our reopening date for March 8th.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Is there any further discussion or questions before we actually vote? Now's the opportunity. Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
No.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will vote no as well. But we are passed. So the official date is March 8th. Dr. Rose's.
I do want to I want to go over this for a minute. We really thought very long and hard about having TK to 2 and SDC, all the SDC come in. Originally was March 1, now it'll be March 8th. I do want to clarify that it'll be March 8th for that group, and 3 through 5 will come back on March 15th, because this was the opportunity to make sure that the ingress and egress was working before all students arrived on a campus. So I'm just clarifying that.
I believe that that's correct. If anyone else, Trustee Watkins, did you want to clarify your motion, or is that
was my intention? So
yeah.
Trustee Corzo and Proctor can confirm that that was their understanding as well.
Okay, great, thank you. Just wanted to make sure before we go out to explain this.
Great. So, Dr. Rose, do you need anything else? Go ahead.
Can we clarify something else too? Just for, I guess, when is the last day that people are going to be with their current teacher? When does like the transition?
So
is that
so we
March
will,
8th?
Okay, so we will have to go backwards. And so I want to take a good look at the calendar and the assessments and all of that. And so we will work all that out internally and get that out to our staff. Sue Weiser, did you have anything further on that? Because I know you've been working on those timelines.
No, we'll go ahead and work on the timelines again with the date change. I just want to make sure that we're clear that TK grades TK through 2 and SDC will return in person on March 8th. And 1 week later, grades 3 through 5 will return on March 15th. Correct. And so we will work with union leadership on setting up a time.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure.
Great. Sorry, Sue, you're cutting in now? I think we lost her.
We sure did.
That information goes out quickly.
Sue, can you turn yourself off so we can hear you?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you
Okay.
now.
I'm sorry, I don't know where I left off, but I just want
Um,
to clarify that we are returning TK through 2 and SDC on Monday, March 8th. And that grades 3 through 5 will come back on March 15th.
Yes.
And that I will work with union leadership on a timeline for the asynchronous days and the switch days, and we'll let everyone know as soon as possible.
Yes, that is correct.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Great. Great. I wanted to thank everybody. As you can see, we did have a split vote tonight, but regardless of our vote and our own personal feelings, we are one board, and our board decision is that we are going to open up on March 8th. So that is our decision. We are moving forward with that. And before we move on to the next item, I just want to give a little bit of gratitude and thanks to everyone. We are right there. We are going to open. It's going to be March 8th. But really, the thanks goes out to our teachers, the union, our district in terms of the negotiating team, and everyone else in the district who's been working crazy amount of hours. I think that Dr. Roses, she had mentioned before on the PTA council call, she's written 3 different reopening plans, and I think the reality is that this has not been an easy situation for any of us. I know that a lot of people are frustrated. I know that a lot of people are still sort of concerned and really have a lot of issues with what we're going to do, but we do need to come together. I think we've taken a step tonight to make sure that we're going to come together, and we need to support everybody. So as we move forward, really go out, and as we go into reopening, please make sure that you guys, maintain the social distance, wear your masks. We don't want to have any issues like Marin did when, they reopened and they had to shut down schools because of sleepover parties. We don't want to have the breakouts, which we know were going to happen, but we want to limit them. So please, everyone, take care, and then support our teachers. The reality is that this is a major pivot, again, for a lot of them. And there's a lot of shuffling that's going on. And I know there's a lot of animosity around the district and maybe against the teachers, which is not it's not called for, but they're working really hard, and we do need to support them. And I want to just make that plea, because, reach out to your teachers, ask them what they need, ask your principals what they need. We want to try and make this as smooth as possible. There are going to be hiccups. We need to expect the hiccups, but please just, have a little grace. Please thank our teachers, because they're the ones who are really going to be hurting as we move forward. Again, parents, though, we do appreciate you guys as well. In some ways, you guys have been some of the teachers, who are watching the kids, especially the younger ones. So we want to thank you too. But we're all going to come together with this, and we're going to move forward. As Governor Newsom said, the light is at the end of the tunnel. We see it. You look at the numbers, it is coming. And so now's the time for us all to come together. So with that, we are going to move on to our next item, which is item 6.2, update on our equity statement. Dr. Roses.
Yes. So at your January 30th board study session, you reviewed the district's equity statement and you made some changes. I put the changes in the text of your agenda. And I highlighted the words that were changed that day. And so it was suggested that indeed you should bring it back and vote on it. And then we will change any materials that have this statement to the new statement. So this was just brought to you to finalize that preliminary action you had taken on January 30th, so that we could move forward with the new equity statement.
Thank you, Dr. Roses. Is there any clarifying questions from the board? We'll go to public comment, please, Peter.
Okay, anybody who has public comment at this time on this agenda item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Chin, we have no hands up for public comment on this agenda item.
Thank you, Peter. I'll officially close public comment on this item. Open it up for board discussion or motion. We do need to vote on this.
Spent quite a bit of time at our board study session discussing, so I'm happy to make a motion to approve our new equity statement.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins, for the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great, thank you, Trustee Warren. A roll call vote, Trustee Corzo? Trustee Corzo, I know she was having some internet issues. We will go to Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren,
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
We'll try Trustee Corzo again. Are you, there you are, almost.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo. I will vote yes as well. When we have our new revised equity statement. Thank you for everyone who's worked on this. Next item is 6.3, CSBA Delegate Assembly Election.
One second, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I'm really not feeling well, so I think I need to excuse myself from the rest of this meeting. I try to hang in there as long as I could, but I don't feel well, so.
Right.
Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Corzo. Thank you for sticking in with us for this long.
All right, take care. Have a good meeting, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Actually, with that,
So
with that being said, we probably do need to ask for language assistance again. Tony, if you would please make an announcement for anyone who needs language assistance, please.
Por favor, si hay alguien que todavía necesita traducción en español, si en este momento podría levantar su mano.
si hay alguien que necesita traducción, puede levantar su mano y nosotros tenemos traducción por medio de un botón del mundo. ¿Hay alguien que necesita traducción? Ok, Sonia sí quiere. Ok, Tony, please continue. Thank you. Gracias, Sonia. Okay, so I'm going on to the next one. Is 6.3 CSBA Delegate Assembly Election. And annually, the California School Boards Association has a delegate assembly election. We're in sub-region 5B, and we have 3 seats open and 3 candidates running for election. They're all well known to you. Carrie Dubois, Sequoia Union High School District, Gregory Land, San Mateo Union High School District, and Dana Lujan from South San Francisco Union School District, Unified School District. Basically there's 3 for 3, but we need a motion for those that you would like to elect, and I will send the ballot in on your behalf.
Thank you, Dr. Rosas. Any clarifying questions from the board? No? Peter, can we open up officially for public comment on this item?
Yes, anybody wanting to make public comment on CSBA Delegate Assembly, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Chin, we have no hands for public comment.
Thank you, Peter. I'll officially close public comment, leaving it to the board for discussion, or we do need a vote, motion for voting on this.
I'll make a motion to vote for the 3 people listed on the agenda.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor. Do we have a second?
I can second.
Thank you, Trustee Warren. We'll do roll call vote. Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Warren?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Great, thank you. Moving on to item 7.1, Measure X update.
Great. We have Tish Bassell is going to come on and help with this presentation. So Peter, you may need to find her.
I see two Tish Bassell, so if I could have Tish Bassell, please raise your hand so I can find the appropriate one. I'm not sure if one is a residual disconnect or, there we go. Thank you, Tish.
I'm very excited about this presentation tonight because it really is an update on a tremendous amount of work on the part of a very vast number of people, from school teams to district teams to our own project managers to the construction and teams and architects. We really are excited to bring this to you tonight. So Tish Bassell, we'll turn it over to you.
I just had backup audio on. If you signal that you can hear me, then I'll turn the backup off.
I can hear you.
All right. Get rid of it all. Sorry. All right. So Peter, I think you're going to help with the slide deck, please. All right. So as Joan said, this, good evening, excuse me. Good evening to you all and to members of the public. This, as Joan said, is an update on what we've been doing with both phase 1 as well as phase 2. Just a quick overview. As you know, there was a bond measure passed, Measure X, in November of 2015. It provided $148 million for facilities with an emphasis on facilities for increased and increasing enrollments, which had occurred and were projected to continue to occur at that time. Phase 1, the planning began in 2016 for 4 projects, and then phase 2, the planning began in 2020 for 4 additional projects. And this update tonight will focus on both phase 1 and phase 2. Peter, please. So phase 1, 4 projects: the Bayside Academy, new gym and locker rooms; Abbott Middle School, the same, as well as additional classrooms; Burrell Middle School, the same as Abbott; and then the new elementary school, now called Beach Park School, in Foster City. Peter, please. So starting with Bayside, we had a planning team of parents and parent leaders and staff, with John Cosmos and Megan Gurka, the assistant principal of STEM, being part of that school team and leading the school team, and then the district facilities team, which consisted of Joel Cadiz as director of facilities at the time, Carolyn Chow, the CBO, and construction project manager at the time, who was Alex Crystal. The architect for the project was QKA. The general contractor was Rodan. And the construction project manager from our own staff is Kevin Sanders, excuse me. Peter, next. I'm going to show you on each of these some quick pictures. The location of the Bayside gym, as most of you know, is beyond what we call the Arrowhead building. It's colored on my screen as somewhat purple, going north to the slough. Then we're going to go inside or look at the exterior of the gym. Peter, next. This is the exterior that faces Joinville Park. So it provides a public looking face for the gym on this particular site, because we own a good part of the Joinville Park as well as our own site. Then next is a face from the school looking north toward the locker rooms, and then beyond that to the attached gym. And then beyond that is the water treatment plant. Now we're going to take a look inside. I know that many of you have seen the gym inside, but this is for the public and be posted on the website. And Lisa, I'm not sure that you've seen it yet. So this is the inside. I will tell you that for all the gyms and the locker rooms, we established district standards, although each of the exterior designs and interior too, to a certain extent, are somewhat different. We go to the next slide, Peter, please. So the status of the Bayside gym and locker rooms, I think you know that it was completed back in August and ready for use. Total budget was approximately 14.5 million as approved by the board, and that includes both construction and soft costs. And the change orders that were paid for by contingency were 2.84% as compared to a 7% that we set aside for contingency. So the tentative budget remaining at this point is 1.8 million. I expect that some of that will go up as we clear out some remaining encumbrances. Next slide, Peter. So moving on to Abbott classrooms, the gym and the locker rooms. We've added 6 additional classrooms. I think many of you know that 2 were added on top of the locker rooms. And then because of what was happening with the budget and the fact that we did have some unused space that could be repurposed to house other things and create classrooms, we're able to do that for 4 more classrooms. So they have a total of 6 additional spaces for projected enrollments as well as existing enrollments. Then of course they have the new gym and locker rooms, again, following the district standards. The planning team was much like the Bayside team. There was a school team of parent leaders, staff leaders, the previous administration and staff, with then later assistance from both Jeremy Packman, the principal, and Walter Valencia, the assistant principal, and then again, the district facilities team. And in this case, the construction project manager was Mark Sherrill, who worked with the team. The architect was CAW from Palo Alto, and Rodan also won the low bid for the Abbott classrooms. So next slide. Abbott location, if you look far off from the Alameda 36th Avenue, you can see the location outlined in white there. We'll next go to the exterior of this gym. Peter, please. So this is looking from the north going south into the front of the gym. The left-hand side of the gym is the lobby. And over to the right, and you can't quite see that it sits at a right angle, but it does, is the locker rooms. And above that are the 2 classrooms that I just talked about. So then going into the interior, this is another look of one of these wonderful gyms from the interior side. Again, design is a little bit different in the interior, quite a bit different from Bayside and Burrell on the exterior. We're going to then go into another interior shot that will show the bleachers opened up. These are retractable bleachers. This is the first set of bleachers I think that we have within the district, and they follow very much what our high schools have and many other middle schools with newer gyms have. These, again, as I said, are retractable. Next slide, please. This is the outside look at the classrooms, and right behind the classrooms, you can see the top of the gym peeking out. This is looking from the west to the east, approximately. Next slide, Peter. And here's the status of Abbott classrooms, gym, and locker rooms. The classrooms, as you know, were completed and ready for use in August. The gym and locker rooms were in the final stages, and they will be ready for occupancy in March, this next month, 2 weeks from now. Total budget, you can see, is almost $23 million. And the change orders that were paid so far from contingency were 4.56%. And with a total remaining budget at this point of 2.3 million. And in each of these tentative remaining budgets, we've already taken out what's been encumbered. So the rest of the payments, for example, to the construction firm are already excluded from the budget remaining. Next slide, Peter, please. On to Burrell classrooms, gym and locker rooms. The need at Burrell was for at least 8 additional classrooms. We've had to create 6 new ones in 2 new wings. And then thanks to Bob Price's perseverance, as well as Mark's at Abbott, we were able to create existing spaces from classrooms from existing spaces. 1 more is still to be completed. Then we have new gym and locker rooms, just like at Abbott and at Bayside in terms of the concept. Planning team, very similar in terms of parent leaders and staff. And then under the leadership of Kenyatta Cook and Jessica Noddy, as well as the district facilities team. In this case, the construction project manager is Bob Price, and the architect was CSDA. Rodan did basically the site preparation and the landscaping and handled the modular installation and foundations. And then Beals Martin is the contractor for the gym and locker rooms. Next, please, Peter. So Burrell location, I was unable to put it onto this PDF. So if you see where the fire station is up in the upper left-hand corner and those trees, basically that is where the gym starts, and then the classroom wings are to the right of that. And let's take a look at their gym right now, Peter. So this is a picture of their gym. It does not show the full gym. To the left is the gym, as you can probably tell, and to the right are the restrooms and the locker rooms. Peter, next. I'm gonna go inside this gym too. They chose to have their bleachers on the entryway side, and so you're looking at the entryway itself. And Peter, next. This is a look at the locker room. The lockers are the same across all of the schools in terms of they are personal size lockers, so that every student has their own locker for the full school year, is not shared period to period. Peter, next. Oh, excuse me, could you go back, Peter? In each of the locker rooms, you can just see over on the left-hand side of this slide, a glass window. That's the supervision area that is in each of the girls' and boys' locker rooms in each of the schools for staff to be able to supervise the locker rooms. Peter, next. And this is looking down toward the gym. Of course, when the gym is done, the fencing that is there, the construction fencing, will no longer be there. This starts at the north side of the campus and looks south. The two classroom wings, the one of 4 is on the right and the one of 2 is on the left. Peter, next, please. And the status at Burrell is that we have 7 completed. And then, as I said, that 1 more to renovate as soon as the new locker rooms are done, and we can move out of the old locker rooms and then move the weight room into the locker rooms. Bob Price has quite a bit still ahead of him to do for that, but we know it'll get done. Then the gym and locker rooms are like Abbott in the final stage. As you know, some of the subcontractors have had some COVID issues, so we're a little bit delayed. But March 2021 will be ready for use. Bob is working on the punch list right now. The total budget for Burrell was $26.5 million. And the change orders, as you can see, with Beals Martin is 3.06. And the tentative budget remaining is 3.8, which, if there are no more large change orders, after we take care of the weight room and converting the lockers into the weight room, we'll still have budget left in this. You may have noticed the difference between Abbott and Burrell in terms of the budgets. And what I'd like to point out is, one, the difference in the classrooms, but also what we did across all the sites was we took any differential in site costs in terms of not demolition, but the digging that needed to be done, and took that across all the projects so that basically everyone had the same amount to use for their gyms and locker rooms. So Peter, next, please.
Yeah,
So then
for those of you who weren't around at the beginning of all of this, some of the excavation work at some of the schools was very expensive. So that's what she means, is that that was kept separate.
Thank you, Dr. Rose.
Yeah.
I couldn't find the word for moving the dirt. So then we're to the new school, which is the 4th project in phase 1 at Beach Park. So been 17 classrooms built around collaboration areas, a multi-purpose room, a very large library and resource center, of course, an administration building, what I like to call the leadership building, and then outdoor play areas and outdoor learning nodes. Same kind of planning team, except it was a little bit different because there wasn't a school to have a team at that point. So the original team included parents and staff and 2 principals from existing Foster City schools. And then the finishing team was Amy Snow, the Beach Park school principal, and her staff, as well as parents. And district facilities team, which included, I think, all of the project managers as we worked along on this project over a number of years. And I'm sorry, I told Kevin that it would show on here, and it did on my screen. The architect is HMC, the general contractor is Ovra, and the construction project manager is Kevin. And Kevin, if you're still on, I'll get it fixed. It was showing on my screen, as you could see yesterday. Peter, next. So this is Beach Park, looking from the administration building going north. All of the administration building, as the board may recall for members who are on, is being done in Trespa, which is a wood-like finish, and then the rest is stucco, with different colors used for all of the classrooms going down this area. And this is one part of the parking lot that you're seeing, the drop off and drive by that you're seeing. The other part is around the other side of the administration. And to the right, which you can't see, is all of the parking. I think we've said before that this is the largest number of parking spaces that we have anywhere in the district. Peter, next, please. So this is an inside peek of part of a classroom. It's very hard to get a visual of an entire classroom when we're trying to show a 3D. But what you see is the one color wall there. For each cluster of classrooms, there's a different color interior on one wall. And you also see on the right-hand wall, the teaching wall, which is very similar to the walls in other classrooms. It's just missing the doors right now. And you can see the clerestory windows going up. As you know, these are sloped. It's a sloped roof line in order to bring as much natural light in as possible. Next, Peter, please. This is a look at the Resource Center Library, which is right across from the kindergarten classrooms and right next to the administration or leadership building. As you can see, final installations are going in. On the left-hand side is the librarian station, again using wood. And as you can see, there are a lot of windows on in this particular area. Peter, next, please. Play equipment is going in, and the students have chosen the leopard shark as their symbol, and the leopard shark is being painted this blue and terracotta or orangish color to emphasize the coordination that the principal wants within the school and with the school colors. Next, Peter, please. So the status of Beach Park, we are nearing completion. We did, and the board approved, we recommended the addition of the lunch shade structure and the walkway canopy on the outside. That was not within the budget until January 2021. At the time that this project was bid, I think a couple of you were on the board, and we were not able to take the alternate of adding the lunch structure or the walkway canopy. Projected occupancy is spring of 2021, and the total budget, which includes the purchase of the site as well as the building and soft cost, is $76 million. And the change orders that were paid from contingency are 4.53%, but that includes our change of the lunch and walkway canopy. Without that, the change orders would have been 2.85%. Peter, next, please. So wrapping up Measure X, these are the major things that still need to be done. Finishing the 3 projects, as we talked about, Bayside having already been finished, celebrating when we can celebrate safely and hopefully in person, and then inviting all to enjoy the gyms and the new school. And then on the expenditure side, because it's very important to get you a projected budget at this remaining budget at this point. We need to unencumber any remaining encumbrances for things that have already been completed. And then after the closeout, then reconciling the total expenditures against the budget. And at that point, we will have a total remaining budget. At this point, it's about $12 million, and probably will stay somewhere around that and then go up some. It would be my guesstimate at this time, totally a guesstimate. Peter, next, please. So Measure X Phase 2, as you know, we started planning that this last summer and fall. It includes 4 projects: the new elementary school in North Central San Mateo, the new science and drama buildings at Bowditch, and then new multi-purpose room buildings and additional classrooms at Sunnybray and George Hall schools. Next, Peter. So just to remind you of the 5 major phases in the process for any school building project. First is the schematic time, which we're just completing for everything but North Central. That includes all the technical studies, the location, the schematics, and I'm going to show you some schematics tonight. Then somewhat overlapping, but a really significant phase starts with the construction documentation and the specifications, which is called the design DD phase. Then to the Division of State Architect for review and approval. Could take anywhere between 4 to 10 months, depending on what is their level of work at the time, and then how many questions they might have, which we hope will be minimal. Then there's the public bidding and award of contract to the general contractor. And then we start with site mobilization and construction after the contracts have been signed. So next, please. So our San Mateo Foster City School District process that we've been using for both Phase 1 and Phase 2 is establishing district standards, having school team meetings for input on very specific parts of the project, and oftentimes, as in the case of Bowditch, also departmental meetings for specific design input, and then community meetings and opportunity for input throughout the process, as well as giving them a chance to know what's going to happen once we've awarded the general contract and what the timeline will be. Next, please. So new elementary school in North Central, I won't go over this with you because you well know where you are in this process. And the school facility planning will be aligned with the school vision and program once you've determined what that is, after PAN has done its community engagement and program development work. And we anticipate beginning to start that in the second half of 2021, but that again will be dependent on when you receive community engagement and program development recommendations and when you decide to move forward. So next, Peter, please. So the Bowditch project, the major elements in the Bowditch project, as I said before, were the new science and drama buildings. The architect is HED. The total project budget is $19.5 million. Next, please. The Bowditch project location, we're looking out north toward the bay, toward Beach Park, and on the left is Tarpon and the office building. And in the orange, which may show as coral to you, on the left is the drama building between the administration building and the current music building, former drama building. And then to the right is the new science building. Next, please. So the Bowditch exteriors in terms of drama and science, again, we're at the schematic phase. So that's what you're going to be looking at, schematic design. So you can see the drama building in between the administration and the music building, and then the new science building to the right of that. This is looking from the neighbors who are on the west side of the site. Next, please. Here is the exteriors of both the buildings. You can see the drama building in the background, and then In the front, you can see the science building. This is looking from the play area, looking generally north. You can see over on the left-hand side on the bottom how the architect put together the surrounding colors as a basis for looking at the colors for the school. So one of those colors, I think it's the third one in, is the church to the north. Then the second and, I'm sorry, that's the fourth one. And the second and third are the colors used in the development that's to the west of the school. And then the very small one at the left is the surrounding buildings, which you can see a little bit better in the actual rendering above. And then on the right-hand side are the colors in the color palette. They may show differently on your computer. The major accent color is around the roof line, and around the roof line is the sage, and also through the middle part of the classrooms where the roof line rises up, that building would also be the sage green. Then the tan is used on the two other sides of the building and all of them, as well as the drama building. And then the terracotta is the accent color for the doors. And the roof color is, you can see the fourth one from the right. Very, very compatible with the sage roof. Sorry, the sage building. Next, please, Peter. Hey, the new science building interior, I think I'll suffice it to say that there are 6 science classroom labs. They're approximately 1,500 square feet each. They've designed to be flexible, so they turn from a lab setting, as you'll see in the next slide, wait just a minute though, Peter, into a classroom setting as needed. The lab settings are around the classroom on 3 sides, and in the middle part of the middle classrooms 3 and 4, is the lab prep area, where the materials, the chemicals, etc., will be stored. And this is again, the orientation is looking, to the east. So the building is actually, if you turn it around one more side, you'll have it as it was looking in the color palette. Peter, please. Thank you. So this is the inside of 2 classrooms and then the prep room. And the furniture you see around the classrooms is what I was talking about as being flexible. So it can actually turn out so all students are facing toward the front of the classroom, which on both of the classrooms is on the right-hand walls with a teaching wall as well as a demonstration lab setting for the teacher. Peter, next, please. The new drama building interior, this is also a very large area. The area that you see that's the largest is the actual classroom and after-school theater program room. Then just north of that, the next large space is the storage area for costumes and props, etc. To the left of that is a control room for both the lighting as well as audio. It was interesting to note when we were doing the planning with the Bowditch drama and staff member, as well as the administration, that about 40% of the students involved in theater classes at Bowditch are in there for not the out front production, but for learning the controls. Then behind that is the staff restrooms, as we needed to put in additional restrooms at this site. And then behind the storage area is student restrooms for use by the whole school, but also they have doors for when there's something going on within the classroom and after school, that those doors can be opened from the storage area and used then as somewhat of a prep area or green area. Peter, next, please. So the current projected timeline for Bowditch, this is still the same 5 circles that I showed you before in terms of the 5 phases. So you can see that We started the schematics in summer of 2020, and we have now finished the schematics. We're making final comments on those. Then they'll go into construction documents. We are on target right now for submission to the Division of State Architect, who is the approval agency for all public schools, in the summer of 2021, not too far away. And if all goes well with them and with the public bidding, we would be starting in the summer of 2022 and ending at the end of 2023, based on our current projected timeline. Peter, next. So moving then on to the MPR projects, I've put these two together, although they're going to look quite different. We are using district standards with, as I said, unique designs for each school that fit with the school and work well within its location on the campus. Of course, there'll be a multi-purpose room in each of the multi-purpose buildings, but like at Abbott and Burrell, we were able to plan for additional enrollment growth. As you probably know, both of these schools are scheduled based on new developments to grow. And we were able to free up classrooms by moving or planning smaller instructional rooms that could be used, as well as offices, and moving them out of classrooms once these are built. And that's how we're freeing up classrooms for use as enrollment grows. They'll each have a kitchen and servery or serving area, much like what is at Beach Park School, have outside area improvements, as well as exterior, I guess I said that twice, exterior improvements. And then they each have restrooms and a storage room. And the total budget for each, because they have very similar site conditions, no excavation that's different between the two sites, is 11.6 million. And that includes both soft costs and construction costs. Peter, next, please. All right, Sunnybury campus, we're now going to focus at each individual campus. This is the Sunnybury campus with Delaware being on the lower part. This is a west-east orientation. The east is on the top part of the slide. At Sunnybury, the new multipurpose room will go right behind the single level building at the back of the campus and will orient toward the outside play area. You could go to the next slide, please, Peter. This is showing the small group instructional rooms, again, on the bottom part, and then the support areas, including the kitchen and servery, which are in the light blue. At the top, the turquoise blue are the bathrooms and other storage areas. And then the mechanical and other units are along the side. In this particular school, the instructional support areas are for reading recovery at this point, for the RSP program, and for the math TOSA or whatever TOSA they might have at the time. And of course, this could change in terms of what small groups are in these rooms, but this is the plan with the principal at this point. And as you can see, the stage areas to the left, the stages in each of these will be about 500 or so square feet. And each of the multipurpose rooms are planned to hold 50% of the student population at one time. What's unique about the Sunnybury plan is what's over on the right on the gray area, in that working with the architects and with the budget, most importantly, we're able to include a covered eating area, and so that the covered eating area is right next to the new kitchen and servery, rather than where it is now, which is across the campus on the right, way across the campus on the right-hand side. So we think that's a very excellent improvement to get that right next to the kitchen. In addition, that will provide for overflow space when there are community events. And we're hoping that we'll be able to continue to afford roll-up doors or nano windows that will totally open that space up. Peter, next slide. Okay, now moving to George Hall. You're looking at the site in a somewhat north perspective at the top. The new multipurpose room for George Hall, the new multipurpose building is in the blue. And it connects with, as you'll see on a slide, it connects with the new lunch structure, which was constructed in 2018 and I think finished in 2019, which is in that middle area. Peter, next, please. So the building plan, again, provides on the left for the small group instruction and some of the offices that are needed to free up classrooms. The purple area is the multipurpose room itself. The stage area is at the bottom of your slide, and the architects included a roll-up door in the back in the eventuality that at some point in the future, George Hall might be able to have an outside stage and amphitheater. It is not part of the budget now, but it is included there as a possibility for the future because how this site is oriented. Then to the right is the servery area up in the light gray, orienting toward the lunch court, which is up at the top of the slide in the middle. And over on the right-hand side, we're having to make some changes to the primary play area. So the green you see is the relocation or a new grass field, and right above it is the existing play structure. Peter, next, please. Okay, so this is looking from the north to the south from the interior courtyard. You're actually looking from the lunch structure. And it is framed on either side by the relocatables or the portables that are on permanent foundation that were put in about 20 years ago. And then on the right-hand side, which you can't see, by the wings of the school and the corridor that separates the wings from the restrooms. So this is the front side of the building. The exterior colors in this we'll look at in just a minute, but I wanted to point out that the same Trespa panel that we're using, a little bit different color, that we're using on the Beach Park School is on the left-hand side of this building to give it some natural look. And this courtyard is part of the plan for this building, and it includes outdoor areas for classrooms as well as for one of their very important programs, which is called Parents at Play, as well as an outdoor space to open up for overages within the multipurpose room itself. The school refers to this as the heart of the new heart of the school. Peter, next, please. So coming around the building on the instructional side, you can see the color palette for this school. The doors are complementary blue to the existing school palette, and the white picks up the trim on the existing school palette. And we worked with a colorist as well as HMC on this. The colors, the new colors are kind of a grayish brown and then a lighter tan when we go around one more way. Peter, please. This is looking from the south side, that where it says new logo to go here. That right under that is where the new potential stage area could be for the outside amphitheater if it is ever possible to be built. On the right-hand side, we blend into a more white color, which wraps around the east side of the building and includes the servery on the north side, and on the south side is PE storage and some other storage for the building itself. Peter, next. Peter, please, thank you. So this is the projected timeline for both George Hall and Sunnybury. And again, we are on track for this timeline. As of now, we've completed, or in the process of completing, the final feedback on the schematic design that has been done. And obviously locations were already determined, as well as for one school, the color palette. Then go into construction documentation, DSA, and then if all goes according to this schedule and DSA is within the schedule, which is planned for, I think, 7 months in DSA. Both of these should commence construction if all goes well and we get a bid that's within the budget. Construction would start a year from this summer and be done 12 months later. Peter, next, please. So the budgets, the current independent cost estimates, which is the first phase of cost estimates done by an independent cost estimator, puts Bowditch within budget. For George Hall and Sunnybray, we're at this point between 0.4 and 1.6 million over budget, and we're still working on those. And the North Central School, we have no independent cost estimate yet, but as you saw on that first slide, there's been $23 million originally set aside and recommended by the Next Steps Committee for the North Central School as it was thought about at that point. Considerations for this phase 2 budgets is that phase 1, as we just talked about, will have unexpended funds at the end of the project, end of the phase 1. There are also independent cost estimates have for phase 2 have both contingencies built into them on the part of the construction project as well as on the part of the district for soft costs. And there's also escalation built in on the construction end to the midpoint of construction. Also, like in phase 1, until changes were made in the budget, we set aside an additional $7 million in phase 2 that's been set aside for escalation for all 4 of the phase 2 projects, which could be used to offset these and what may likely be additional costs for the North Central School. Peter, please. So the next steps in the phase 2 projects for the Sunnybray and George Hall NPR budgets, and if the Bowditch at some point goes over, is to complete the projection of the ending balances for phase 1, which includes a more immediate projection than, as I pointed out in an earlier slide, the final reconciliation. Continuing to look at value engineering possibilities without giving up on any of the district standards. And then at this point, we plan to make a request to the board in the future to approve the additional funds to complete the George Hall and Sunnybray projects. And once again, I want to point out that for George Hall, it does not include that backstage area or for the amphitheater. Peter, next. I think that we're at the end. Yes. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have. And I'm sure that Patrick would be happy to also.
Fantastic. Thank you for that presentation. And please let Kevin know that if he's still listening, that he definitely will be, it'll be amended to make sure he's recognized for Beach Park. We don't want to forget. He played a pivotal role.
Yeah, absolutely. It's on the slides I saw, so I apologize.
Okay, we're not forgetting about you, Kevin. And clarifying questions from the board? No? Okay, why don't we go to public comment? Please, Peter.
Okay, anybody willing or needing to make public comment on this particular item for the Measure X update, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Chin, we have one hand for public comment currently. Randy, go ahead.
Hello, good evening. I have just 2 comments. One is pertaining to the Beach Park Elementary School. I've not heard any explanation for the delays, why the school has not been ready as of January 2021. Like, what are the reasons for the delays? I'm curious if someone could elaborate on that. And then the second thing that I wanted to comment on is just, I know this is a continuing discussion, but just really just putting out there that in light of what appears to be the district's dropping enrollment, why are we building yet another school in North Central when there's already an existing school there. And we have an entire school, Knowles campus, that is effectively going unused. Why are we doing that? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, President Chin, there are no other hands for public comment at this time.
Thank you. I'm going to officially close public comment. Dr. Roses and Tish, I know we shut down all construction for a month because of COVID, but do we want to say, do you want to update on in terms of public comments request about the delay?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, or Patrick, if you want to.
You're welcome to start, Tish. Go ahead.
So there were some additional delays at Beach Park because of subcontractors and COVID, besides the shutdown. And we also delayed it ourselves through the change order that you approved when we added the canopy and the lunch structure, so that this school has the same amenities as other schools when we were able to afford that.
Great, thank you. Open up to board member discussion, comments, questions? Nothing?
I'd just make some, excuse me, some comments. I haven't spoken in a while. I think that this is really exciting. I think the projects that are completed are beautiful. I really enjoyed going to the Bayside Gym and seeing what that looks like, and in person, and getting a chance to like actually go into the gym. And so I'm really excited for all of the students that are getting new gyms. That's very exciting for them. Also, I know it's a Measure T project, but it makes me excited for Bowditch, who will eventually get the gym as well. But I did want to say also, I drive by the new school in Foster City all the time, and it just so happened, I don't know if it was an accident or not, but there was a light on the other night, and so when I drove by, I just kind of looked in one of the classrooms, and made me excited to see that you know, there's like rooms and they're almost going to be ready. I hadn't seen the playground yet, so that's exciting as well. I'm just grateful for all the work that everybody's doing, and really excited for the future and for students to get a chance to enjoy these beautiful facilities. And I know there's more work to do, but just want to thank everybody for everything they've done. It's really exciting.
And go ahead, Ann.
Amazing. That's all I have to really say. These gyms are beautiful, and I really hope that sometime soon, hint, hint, hint to whoever I need to hint to, that I actually get to like walk in one and look at it, because I'm really feeling like I've missed out on something here. Because I was like, oh my gosh, this reminds me so much of like my high school gym, and that was like state of the art. Granted, 1993, but anyway, that's a different story for a different time. This Beach Park, oh my goodness, I love the colors that were used. I love the fact that, you know, it just looks like it fits. It doesn't look institutional, like so many of the public schools can look. And I'm really hoping that as time comes for future campuses to, or existing campuses to be remodeled and brought up to whatever current standard it happens to be at that time, that, you know, something like that would be considered, with so much more natural light as opposed to the fluorescent lights or LED lights. I mean, that just makes such a difference on everybody's mental health too. Just being able to see, you know, the world outside your window, and having the windows to do that. I think that's amazing and awesome. And Tish, great presentation. So thank you very much. Thank you much for showing us what's going on.
And I did that on behalf of the team, I think, as you well know.
Yes. Yes, that's very true. So thank you to the rest of the team as well. But it was a great presentation, and thank you.
Again, one of the unfortunate things about COVID, and maybe this will start changing, but when we did meet in person, we got to see the actual facility guys because they would stick around for a while to see this presentation and stuff. And hats off to all of them. I mean, and Tish and Patrick and everyone who's been working on this. It's amazing. I sort of joke about Kevin, but I know Kevin's been really involved in a couple of those projects. And, obviously he's on the PowerPoint. It just wasn't visible, but absolutely beautiful. I love, this is the first time sort of seeing Sunny Bray and George Hall in some ways. I know we've seen Bowditch before. One about the gyms. I can't wait. I would completely agree with Trustee Proctor. Bowditch, when they get their gym through Measure T, it's going to be amazing. Actually, Bowditch itself is going to be amazing. But I just can't wait for that as well. But seeing Sunny Bray and George Hall, it's fantastic. The design, I love the I guess is the covered extra space at George Hall, that real extension of shade structure for additional lunch seating or whatever they want to use for it is fantastic. The design of what you've referenced as the heart of George Hall is amazing. That is just beautiful. Hats off to the architect, amazing. I do hope that we scramble some money, or maybe it's because through contingency costs, just like through Beach Park, that we do or are able to add that extra space in the back, because that also would be really great. Overall, I'm just super excited. I just can't wait. I mean, it's amazing. Oh, the one last plug, I'll plug it. And I know that Trustee Warren, even though we've sat through so many meetings, this is only like the third, fourth meeting. But, so hopefully Trustee Warren will be able to get out there and see those, see the gyms. But, you look at the timeline and think that if we're coming back middle school after spring break, those gyms are going to be ready. And, the thought is that even if we're going to be hopefully in the orange or less tier, the thought is, we need to start planning for some sort of ribbon cutting again. I mean, I think, I know that's still far off, but, I think the community, the voters who passed Measure X, all the people who's put all the time and sweat and effort into it, everyone from all of our previous students to all the administration and staff that sort of worked on it and had some say in it, and our council members and everyone around, it's one of those amazing things to come together on these projects. And I think that we will need to start thinking about that. So fantastic. Thank you guys. It's amazing.
Just jump in really quickly and thank you guys so much for the presentation. And it's great to see all of these projects with everything going on. There's been some consistency and moving these projects along. And so just thank the team for all of their work. And also just want to let folks know that unfortunately I am going to need to hop off at this time. So apologies and thank you.
Okay, thank you guys. We are moving on to item 7.2, Governor's Budget Proposal. You haven't talked money in a while, Patrick.
Yes, and this one is for Patrick, and he's going to give you an update. So Patrick, you can take it away.
Thank you. I'm trying to share my screen here. It says host disabled participant screen sharing. So Peter, maybe you can help me out.
Sorry, Patrick, try again.
There we go. Let me just get my PowerPoint up here, and there we go. Okay, folks, you seeing the slides now? We're all good? Okay, great. I'll try to walk through them pretty quickly because it's a little late. So big picture, positive news for us. The governor's budget's really focused on the pandemic, but also it's focused on a lot of the initiatives he had in last year's budget before the pandemic began. So that's what it's really centered around. This first slide, you'll see themes for the 21-22 governor's budget. It talks about on the public education front, Newsom prioritizes addressing the long-standing inequities illuminated by the pandemic, early action initiatives to get young and vulnerable students back into the classroom, increased funding across all segments of early childhood education through the University of California system. The state budget and economy, really the second bullet here, talks about how 6 months later, with the revenue growth surpassing the original revenue expectations forecast in the early stages of the pandemic, Newsom's budget proposal forecasts a dramatic restoration of funding. So really positive news for us. On the education budget side, this center of the slide talks about the 21-22 governor's budget address the current COVID-19 reality, but also brings back his proposals from last January, focused on community schools, mental health, early childhood education, special education, preschool, and educator investments. The political landscape for COVID-19 rules the day. Again, public education pandemic mitigation will include safely reopening schools, accelerated and extended learning, employer and employee protections. Okay. On the general fund budget summary slide, part of the governor's budget, you'll see in the center here, the total expenditures are going up. At the bottom of the slide, you'll see what he also had as a focus is restoring funding into the rainy day fund, which was depleted pretty heavily, right? So that's part of his focus too. There's money going towards that. On the education budget, the Prop 98 supplemental payment, we talk about at the bottom here, the governor proposes a one-time $2.3 billion payment in 21-22, while proposing to repeal the supplemental payment policy in the long term. The next slide really speaks to deferrals. And although this year there are deferrals that are impacting our budget for the current year, the governor proposes paying down a portion of the deferrals and effectively eliminating the ongoing deferrals scheduled for February through May of 22, so next year, right? And it says, note this pay down does not impact the deferrals currently scheduled for February through June of the current year, okay? On the LCFF side, there is a statutory COLA of 1.5%, but that's tacked on to the statutory COLA from last year of 2.34%. So we have a bundled COLA applied against the LCFF calculator for a 3.84% COLA that's applied to the different factors of the LCFF. I'll walk through some of those. Okay, the LCFF funding factors, again, it talks about this 3.84% compounded COLA. You'll see it applied against the base grant. And then there's that grade span adjustment that's also tacked onto this. So we have an adjusted 21-22 adjusted base grant per ADA. The supplemental funding as part of our LCFF calculation is also positively impacted by that same percentage. It's the same 20% portion of the base grant, but it's also impacted by the 3.84% increase. These next slides really talk about there's increased accountability when it comes to supplemental funds. And it talks about for the 21-22 in the blue section here, if enacted, an LEA's responsibility to use the supplemental concentration funds to increase or improve services continues until fulfilled. It increases scrutiny of review by the COE. It's never been a concern for us, but also just be cognizant of it that there'll be more, even more increased scrutiny around the utilization of those funds. Also, the governor is focused on transitional kindergarten and full day incentive funding. This slide captures what those dollars look like and how much money is being committed towards that. Something for us to be cognizant of as it goes through the legislative process. Also funding the 1.5% statutory COLA is applied against the childcare and preschool funding. So we'll monitor that as we build our budget. Special ed, again, the increased funding that the governor put into last year's budget is also positively impacted by this 1.5% COLA. And it talks about in this second bullet here on the base special ed funding formula, which provided the $625 per ADA is to receive this 1.5% COLA uplift. Okay, bringing in a new rate you'll see in the center of the slide. There's an early intervention grant, so we'll monitor that. There's dollars towards that early intervention. And again, it says, while not yet in print, the language will be similar. We'll focus on evidence-based services that directly support the school readiness of infants, children, and preschoolers. So we'll watch and monitor that early intervention grant. There's some other funds he's got dedicated towards special education, which are captured here. Some one-time funds, some funds for a lead COE to provide guidance for Medi-Cal billing, and then some, again, some one-time funds for a study to examine certification oversight of NPS placements. And I know for all districts, that's a trend that we monitored closely in our district too, as we see even greater needs for some of the young people that we serve. So some funding they're doing to study that and what can be done to generate some efficiencies. This bullet, or I should say this slide and these bullets captures some of the funding for his mental health funds and some school climate surveys. And so there's details there for us to monitor as well. The funding he has for professional development, educator professional development, that's a large part of the governor's focus as well too. And again, recognizing the extraordinary challenges faced by teachers, administrators, and classified staff during the pandemic, the governor budget includes investments of more than $540 million of one-time Prop 98 funds to support professional learning, teacher effectiveness, and the teacher pipeline. Okay, and it shows you a contrast to the prior budget. Again, this educator professional development spells out a little more detail. I won't walk through all those, but it gives you a little more detail about what his budget includes in terms of funding that professional learning and teacher effectiveness, which is very, very positive. Again, the teacher pipeline, there's also funding here for programs such as the teacher residency program. I know Sue's familiar with that, and the classified school employee credentialing program, which has been around for a few years as well too. So these are very positive forms of support. And I know that one of the trustees was mentioning earlier too, the importance of recruiting and retaining folks into this profession. So this is money well spent from our perspective. There's some other components of this too. The mandated block grant, the COLA gets applied against a mandated block grant. We'll include that in our budget development. This slide speaks to what's not in the budget. COVID-19 liability coverage for LEAs, hold harmless for LEAs seen a drop in their official number of low-income students. No additional funding for CalSTRS or CalPERS employer contributions. And there aren't a lot of discretionary dollars for districts, but we'll see how it unfolds as we go through the cycle. The rest of the budget, $372 million for administration of the COVID-19 vaccine, funds for the California Jobs Initiative, $14 billion for economic recovery and relief programs from COVID-19, $1 billion related to fire and health, homelessness and housing, and money to achieve the state's zero emission vehicle goals, right? This slide speaks to, we've spent a lot of time this year going through the federal and state pandemic funding, and we had deadlines to spend those funds by certain points in time. So this is a recap of what the funding levels were in 1920 and 2021, resulting in historic levels of funding to combat the pandemic. And so this captures what some of those funds look like. These next two slides really are addressing how there was a change in the deadline for when the funds needed to be spent by. We had to submit a plan and show that our spends were encumbered or spent by December for a large portion of our funds. And we went through that process with you. At the very tail end, they pushed out the deadline for those. Our funds from those funds are committed and are spent. We went through a recap of what those dollars were spent on with you not too long ago. These two slides are just really speaking to, you'll see in the center here how the recently approved federal stimulus known as the CRRSA Act extended the deadline for incurring expenses up to December of 21. So there's some push out on those, but also on the right hand side, it's again this make sure that it's being monitored and that those funds are being spent in compliance with the law. Okay, so that's just a quick deadline update. New COVID-19 federal stimulus package. Again, we're monitoring that, what Biden's doing. I didn't watch the news in the last 2 days just because there's too much going on. So we'll monitor that. We'll see how that flushes through the budget, but we're, you'll see one of these slides, what Biden's focus is too, and what the hope is in terms of what those funds are going to be committed towards. So we'll monitor that and put that into the budget too. The proposed state expanded learning time and academic intervention grants. This shows who is impacted by it. The governor calls on legislators to take early action to address the learning loss with one-time Prop 98 infusion. We certainly heard a lot of those concerns from parents tonight. And so again, this would be very welcomed in the form of funding for us to address those needs that we know of currently, and the needs, or the new needs we're going to realize once we're back to the new normal, what the real challenges are these young people are facing. I know it's pretty going to be a challenge. This slide really captures what at the time President-elect Biden's educational agenda was about: tripling Title I funding for schools, increased funding for teacher mentoring, strengthening the service loan forgiveness program for teachers, doubling the number of psychologists, counselors, nurses, and social workers in schools, and investing in early education initiatives, including universal preschool. These next few slides really speak to what we do year in and year out in terms of managing our multi-year projections. And we'll be incorporating that. We're already incorporating some of this information from the governor's proposal into what we bring into you at the next board meeting, which is your second interim report, and the multi-year projections we have in that. We've already incorporated some of this information. These next slides are what you see year in and year out, the financial dartboards from school services, which break down these dollars into the multiple years of what the COLAs look like. And gives us a few years out, so we incorporate that into our budget. And these next slides speak to the CalPERS and CalSTRS employer contribution rates. We'll incorporate that information to our budget too. And recall that one of the slides that says what's not in the governor's budget is any relief for employers at this point in time on those. I think this is the last slide we have, which really speaks to the statewide average reserve levels. And for elementary districts statewide, the average is at 20%. And I know that you have your policy you have in effect currently of what the minimum reserve needs to be. So that's a quick recap of the governor's budget for you. And again, we're incorporating that into what we're working on currently, and we'll see how it unfolds in the May revise. Keep you posted on what we learn and what we hear, and weave that into your budget for you as we develop that for you this year.
Fantastic. Thank you, Patrick. Board member questions, clarifying questions? Nothing. We'll go to public comment. Please, Peter.
Okay, for those of you that are still with us in this late hour, if you would like to make public comment on agenda item 7.2, governor's budget proposal, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Chin, we have no hands for public comment.
Great. Officially close public comment for this item. Patrick, I'll just start and just say, if there's any other year, I think it's actually, I don't know if there's any budget year that's sort of normal, but this one with the constant stimulus money moving around and with the governor moving stuff around, there's just, everything's in flux. So I really appreciate you guys sticking on top of things. I don't have any other major comments, but just open it up to the board.
I'll just thank you for keeping us informed. I think this one's been on the agenda a couple times, so I've reviewed the presentation a few times now, but thank you for sharing all the information with us.
Pleasure. Thanks, everybody.
If I unmute myself, somehow my thumb just slipped on me. But yeah, I'm just going to try to echo what's been already said. And thank you very much for being willing to push back your presentation so many weeks now. It's always good to know what's coming down the financial pipeline. I am really glad to see how much has been earmarked for special education, because I feel like that's an equity group that frequently gets missed. So, and especially hearing how many things that are wrong with some of these non-public schools. I think, being able to check the certificates and certifications and have that oversight will give, I think, districts a peace of mind in referring their students there, as well as the parents who are sending their kids to those schools. Because I know that there was a school in Ohio just last week that stapled a reminder to a child's forehead to send it home, and that was from a non-public school. So, you know, it's very nice to see that that kind of oversight will be happening. And again, from a SPED parent's point of view, it's just very important and reassuring.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thanks, sir.
Before we go on to the next item, Dr. Roses, would you mind asking the audience for any translation services needed?
Si alguien necesita traducción, por favor levanta la mano para ver si necesitamos continuar con nuestra traducción. ¿Hay alguien que necesita traducción? Por favor, levanta la mano. Ok. Sonia, sí. Ok, gracias. Tony,
Thank you.
puede continuar. Gracias.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. On to the next item, calendar 8.1.
The next several items all belong to Sue Weiser, so she's going to take you through the calendar and the next three. So, Sue?
Thank you. I'm going to leave my camera off because I've been having some internet instability. But 8.1, we have a proposed calendar for the 2021-2022 school year. The district and SMETA met and negotiated the calendar. And we took into consideration, you know, start at the high school district, aligning the winter and spring breaks with the high school district, taking a look at professional development dates. So I respectfully request that the board approve the district calendar for 2021-2022, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Sue. I have a, hello? Sorry, did you hear the echo? I don't. Sue, I have one clarifying question. The census day in October, that's the day that we, that's the count for how many students we have. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. I could read into it, but I just wanted to confirm that. Any other clarifying questions from the board? Great. Thank you. Peter, can we open up for public comment, please?
Yes. Anybody who would like to make public comment on this item, agenda item 8.1, the calendar for the 2021-2022 school year, please raise your hands now. Okay, we have two. First, we'll have Julie, and then after Julie, we'll have Colleen. Julie, go ahead.
Good evening. Yes, I'm still with you. I wanted to bring to the board's attention that this calendar, like the last few calendars, has included a holiday for our Jewish colleagues and families. We are taking Yom Kippur off. We've had for several years we had requests from our Jewish colleagues to please not have to take a personal day to celebrate their high holiday. And so I am just happy to bring to your attention that we've been able to continue that recognition for our Jewish colleagues and friends.
Thank you, Julie. Next, we'll have Colleen. Colleen, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. This one's pretty short. Thank you so much, actually, for pulling the calendar together for this upcoming school year. And I really love the idea that you're aligning the holiday or the vacation times with the high school district, because at some point I'm going to be there in 3 years' time. I'm going to have kids in 2 different time zones here. The reason why I was sticking by is because this has always been such a big issue for us in the almost 9 years I've been here in the district with the kids. Unfortunately, I'm a union member. I have to put my vacation bids in by January 31st. This year, I was completely up in the air.
I know it's an extraordinary year, I mean, bar none, but I guess I just wanted to put out the request, when the time comes and you have the opportunity through HR and the union and everybody to discuss this, is there a way we could look at posting multiple year calendars like we did 5-6 years ago? So I could plan for the future family trips or try to take time off and not get shut down because I asked for it off too late. I would truly appreciate that. It's the only thing I have to say. Good night, everyone. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Colleen. Okay, President Chin, we have no other hands for public comment at this time.
Fantastic. Thank you, Peter. And thank you everyone for providing your public comment. I'll officially close public comment on this item and open up for board discussion. We do need a motion also for voting on this.
Okay, this is just a comment going back to the last call in. Oh my gosh, Colleen, I can totally relate to having to plan your life a year in advance and trying to fit in, manipulating all these different calendars. So yes, I totally 100% agree with you. It's nice to have the advance warning. And to that, I think it would be great to be able to publish, even just 2 years at a time. Just for those of us that do have to do pre-approved vacation. And it's so hard to try to plan, a whole year and a half ahead as to when you're going to take your vacations. And when you've got kids in school, it gets kind of dicey and tricky. So yeah, I have to agree with her on that one, that I think if we can look forward in the future to do that, that would be great.
Yeah, Trustee Warren, we typically do negotiate 2 years, but because of the pandemic and where we are, we decided to go with 1 year to see, what our future holds.
That makes sense too. Yeah, we'll just blame everything on COVID because, why not? It's COVID and 2020 is no longer here. So COVID it is.
Okay, any other discussion or motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the calendar for the 2021-2022 school year.
And I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor and Trustee Warren for the motion and second. Roll call vote, Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. So great, we have a calendar for the next school year. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to item 8.2.
I'm pleased to bring forward to you tentative agreement with CSEA on our memorandum of understanding for the return to work. We did reach agreement and the highlights are provided for you there. We did come to agreement on several issues around health and safety, and we're pleased to propose this and request your approval of the tentative agreement for the MOU. It was ratified by CSEA in January, and now we're just waiting for your approval.
Fantastic, thank you. Any clarifying questions? No, all right. Public comment, please, Peter.
My apologies, I have to actually use the mute button. Any member of the audience who would like to make comment on item 8.2, the tentative agreement with CSEA, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Chin, we have no hands for public comment.
Great, thank you. Closing public comment on this item and opening up for board discussion. We also need a vote on this as well.
I was just going to thank CSEA and the district for making this work, and thank them for being. A lot of them have been on campus for a while now, so just really appreciated all that they do. And I don't have any questions or comments other than thank you.
I'm right alongside of Trustee Proctor. I think it's great that we were able to ratify this MOU, and I think the CSEA members who have been there day in and day out during this time of distance learning and stepping up and being willing to supervise cohorts at the learning hubs. I think that has been such a blessing and such a wonderful thing that they've done for us. So thank you to everyone in CSEA for all your service.
I'm just going to completely agree with the rest of the board. You guys are sort of the unsung heroes. You've been there from day one. You've always been there. And I really thank you for everything that you guys do. Oftentimes we don't hear from you because you're out there working. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing, and I just really applaud and thank you for everything, because it's been hard. And I know that we did hear from some CSEA members a few months ago, and I know that we tried to accommodate as much as we could. But I'm really glad that we were able to come to this agreement on this MOU. And again, I want to thank everybody who participated in this. Sue, your team, you and your team in the district, and also the CSEA leadership and the rest of the union. Again, thank you so much. Motion. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I can make a motion to approve the tentative agreement for the MOU for return to work with the CSEA Chapter 411 as negotiated.
And I'll second.
Fantastic. Thank you, Trustee Proctor and Trustee Warren, for the first and second. Roll call vote. Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Thank you so much. I know we're flying through here, but we made an agreement that we would sort of ask for a language translation every couple of items. Do we want to ask, or do you think we're okay, Dr. Roses?
I think you should just continue.
Okay. Next item, 8.3.
Before we continue, I just do want to acknowledge Sue Olinger, who retired, but she was the past chapter, CSEA chapter 411 president. I also want to acknowledge John Harrison and Mark Westerberg, who is the CSEA labor relations representative. We really were able to work collaboratively together in order to complete this MOU. And so I just wanted to thank them for their service. So we're looking forward to working with Alicia Aragon, who is the new CSEA president. 8.3, this is our resolution for reduction in particular kinds of services. This is something that we are required to do every year. When, per Education Code 44955, when there's a particular kind of service that will be reduced or discontinued, we must bring our resolution forward to the board for approval. This year, we are making some reductions due to, for example, 1.55 of the language and literacy TOSA positions are funded by PTA, and they have not finalized their budget yet. So we needed to lay off that position because there may not be potential funding. There are other positions that are grant funded that we are no longer going to be having after this year. And those would be 3 of the math TOSA positions. And then we also have some positions that classroom positions, 10 of them, due to possible reduction in enrollment. We have seen lower enrollment numbers in our TK and K. And so we need to anticipate that there's a possibility that we may not need all those positions. And then we also have positions that are funded by LCAP. And right now we're still making decisions about how to use that funding. And so there is a total of 20.55 FTE reductions. We are hoping that, we've been very fortunate the last few years that even though we've made some reductions, it hasn't really impacted people. And we're hoping that it's going to be the same this year. But in order to be fiscally responsible, we need to bring this forward as potential reductions. So I respectfully request that the board approve Resolution 25/2021 to reduce particular kinds of services and decrease the corresponding number of certificate employees as necessary to address the possible changes to programs and funding for the following school year.
Thank you, Sue. Do we have any clarifying questions? No, thank you. Peter, public comment, please.
Yes, anybody who would like to make public comment on this agenda item 8.3, the reduction of particular kinds of services for the upcoming school year, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Chen, we have 3 comments. First, we'll have Randy. After Randy, we'll have Marcella. And after Marcella, we'll have Colleen. Randy?
Hello and good evening again. So there was a board member that brought up in a prior section about the census day for the school calendaring. And I'm wondering whether someone can provide a count to the nearest 100 of the decrease in enrollment that has been experienced this year, number 1. Number 2, I would like to point you to the White House release that happened last Friday, February 12th, and just read a little part of that. This is our president, Joe Biden, that says, these scientific guidelines tell us that our schools are safer when we have, and then he lists requirements, appropriate distancing, blah, blah, blah. He goes down this list. I suggest you look at that. And then he says, to meet these guidelines, some schools will need more teachers and support staff to ensure smaller class sizes, more buses and bus drivers to transport our kids safely, more spaces to conduct in-person instruction, and more protective equipment, schools cleaning services, and physical alterations to reduce the risk of the spread of the virus. And so I wonder, and understanding the caveats that, oh, well, this is just something that we have to procedurally do. But the truth is that there are 10 teachers who, or positions that are on the line that we're looking at reducing potentially, depending on enrollment. And why are we doing that when we're supposed to be increasing the number of teachers? We're supposed to be looking at expanding where we're offering classes. Why are we doing this? Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Next, we have Marcella. Then after Marcella will be Colleen. Marcella?
Hi, thank you. I wanted to start by saying I understand the need to follow Ed Code, but I also need to say that I'm really concerned in this current environment where when I see that number of teachers lost. So I understand some of these are PTA funded positions, but we are going to be coming back to an academic mess with such uneven access to education for over a year. As Randy just mentioned, next year we're going to need more support, not less. I imagine there'll be funding support to address that ever-growing education debt that we talk about, that specifically will have impacts that will reverberate with our students for years to come. And I know you're working on it. Patrick Gaffney mentioned Prop 98 funding, Sue Weiser addressed the plans and hopes, and I appreciate that. But in an unprecedented time, I truly hope that these numbers are just a pro forma. But I do want to point out that for our teachers who have gone through so much in this past year, this has to be one more stressor for them. I hope that we're able to move through any budget proposals and get any funding commitments to provide clarity to those teachers whose professional lives are hanging in the balance. I worry that some of them may start looking elsewhere and that we may lose some of the excellent teachers that we currently have. I don't know how to work around it. It's a requirement of following Ed Code, but I do want to highlight the needs that we know we're going to need more. And I'm hoping that we can figure out a way to make that clear to our teachers before we lose them. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Next, we have Colleen, and then after Colleen will be Diana. Colleen?
I couldn't hang up. I saw this one on the agenda and I wanted to ask. I know that it is late, so I'm clearly not understanding, but I was just hoping for clarification should this come up for the rest of you. Are these classroom teaching positions purely for TK and K? Does this run the gamut through the grades in the elementary school district? And I'd love to echo Randy. Do you know what the anticipated or estimated decrease in enrollment truly would be? I appreciate being fiscally prudent, honestly, but I have to agree. I think there's going to be a need to fill in gaps. And if these folks are credentialed, or if there's any way to flex them across the district or TOSAs or anything else, I would hate to lose staff that have been so essential for the district. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there because I was a bit unclear. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. Next, we have Diana.
Okay, hi, sorry, I was muted. Good evening. I just have more of a question around the TOSAs in particular, because I'm just a little unclear on why those positions in particular are being given notice, especially in light of the governor's budget, which granted, I definitely don't understand in full, the K-12 side of it, but it looked good. I guess it looked, it looked strong. I understand the 10 classroom teachers related to enrollment. That to me makes sense, but the TOSAs are not making sense. And I'm concerned because those positions are especially critical right now, given learning loss. They provide teacher capacity building, teacher training, teacher coaching, and I don't know the full range. I believe that in the area of literacy, they also do actual interventions, reading recovery, really critical services that will be especially needed given the substantial learning loss that kids are experiencing. And I know everybody knows this, but I guess I don't know if clarification can be provided around the language and literacy TOSAs and the math TOSAs that are being cut and why. It was mentioned the math is related to a grant. I'm curious where that grant comes from, why the money's going away. For literacy, it was mentioned 1.5 is funded by PTAs, but what about the rest of it? I'm sure all 7 are not funded by PTAs. That would seem really high. So is that LCFF? Is that something else? And is there a way to figure out a way to prioritize those positions given the critical services they provide to our students? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Okay, President Chin, we have no other hands for public comment at this time.
Great, thank you, everyone. I'm going to close public comment for this item and open up to board discussion and comments. And we actually also do need a vote on this as well. Would anyone like to start?
I'll just, share the same concerns as the people that spoke. And, I feel like we do need more people. Also just being involved in the PTA at my school, that I know at least at our school, and I think other schools, PTA fund donations were down this year. And so I'm concerned about whether PTAs will be able to continue to fund important positions that we value. And then I just think whether PTAs should be funding staff in general. And so if there's any additional information that could be shared about, or maybe it's at another meeting, about what the plan is for next year in terms of making sure we have enough people, especially during this time where maybe there's going to be some additional support needed, just because kids have been at home. And so, I thought.
Yeah. Remind me or correct me if I'm wrong, actually, but I was under the impression that the 3 math TOSAs were funded by the Gilead grant that we got this year through. Is that correct? I could be pulling that out of thin air, given the fact that it's a little after 12, but I was under the impression that that was funded by that grant.
So this was a grant funded program, and the grant has ended, and everyone knew that it was to set up systems that then could be replicated through teacher leaders. So this was an expected ending of a program. Now, and the TOSAs, it is going to be a reallocation of resources, but again, building internal capacity.
Yes.
And you did, we have pushed out our annual enrollment report. Tom Williams comes to give an enrollment report, and we have not had it because of the late meetings, but we do indeed have the numbers for next year, and also compare that to our registration process, which has just coming to an end. So we do know what the numbers are. Now, as far as 10 staff members, we do tend to have that much attrition. So I would have Sue correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that there will be retirements, and also, folks do move or plans do change. So, I'm always sorry to see anyone go, but I do know that life moves on. And so that would be where you will actually see the decrease. So I don't know if Sue or if David would have any further thoughts on those comments.
No, Joan, I think you captured it well. I would just clarify for Trustee Warren that the Gilead grant that we received is funding a second science TOSA, is not related to the math initiative. That grant is ending, as Dr. Rosas has said.
Fabulous. Thank you. I knew it was one of those STEM fields, and I couldn't remember which right off the top of my head. So Dr. Rosas, what I'm hearing you say is that essentially everything all kind of comes out in the wash, essentially between positions that are eliminated, due to, endings of grants, not inability to fund through a PTA funded position, and then coupled with those that are retiring, that it just kind of comes out even. Am I understanding?
Normally that is so. Now you can never say never.
That's very true. It comes back to that crystal ball.
Every year is a different situation, but the grant has ended. The PTA funding in some cases has not come through. And we do know that enrollment has gone down. And so we do need to make these reductions. Now, Sue, if there's anything that you think I should have stated differently, please correct me.
I think we need to make sure that we're fiscally responsible, and just so that we are being conservative, making sure that we are going to have a position, and that we're not going to be overstaffed, and we know that it's still fairly early. Our enrollment may change. We also receive resignations and retirements after today's board meeting. And like Dr. Rosa said, it sort of all comes out in the wash. However, there's not a guarantee. And so we have to use the data that we have at this time to make these decisions. But if you do decide to approve this resolution, it doesn't mean that we are going to eliminate every single one of those positions. As enrollment goes up, as we get more clarification around our funding, then we will return these positions back for next year.
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. And I'm hoping that members of the public appreciate that clarification as well. I think my one question, and maybe we can put this on the agenda for a future meeting, is the fact that PTAs are funding staff positions. Just because, as in this year, what we're seeing is, what was normal fundraising and giving in a normal year just isn't able to happen so much in a COVID year. So where my concern is if, the PTAs cannot continually support financially that position, you know, like where does that send everything? So I just feel like that just seems like such a gray area to me, to think of PTA as an employer. But yet it goes through the district. So it just seems really, really in a strange place. So I think if we could get more clarification and light on that, I would really appreciate it.
So PTA is not the employer. PTA, the school site decides that they would like to have a position that maybe can't be funded through their other funding sources. And the PTA will raise money for that position. And the reason it goes through the district, of course, is they make the contribution to the district because the district needs to have that employee be covered under our coverages like workers' comp and whatnot. So the PTA does not end up with that responsibility.
Yeah,
so it's a contribution to the district for a position that the school has decided they want. Now, that is unequal across the district, and it is something that has been brought up at the Equity Task Force. So if that's what you're really kind of alluding to, then that's something the Equity Task Force has brought up as something they might want to look at as the time goes by.
Definitely. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you guys for your comments. I will say this has always been, you know, my first year on the board. This is the one time where I remember it just doesn't make sense. You know, in some ways we have to give these notices because there are HR rules that we have to do. But, and I always think it's wrong, but the way the PTA funds work and the way they settle and the resignations and everything else and retirements, it's a tough thing. We're every year we're sort of always in this situation. I will say that I am pretty confident, because I have seen this in the past, that Sue and her team they always work really hard so that, you know, whether the numbers, you know, how many people we sort of give notice to or pass with the resolution, you know, I know that they work really hard to try and make things work. And so a lot of the attrition, I will say, definitely is through our retirements and resignations, because we want to take care of our people. So are there any other questions, comments? Otherwise we need a motion. Someone want to make a motion?
I'll make another motion. Let me read it right. Okay, I'll make a motion to approve resolution 25, 2021. All right.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Warren. Roll call vote. Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Okay, thank you for that. And we are now moving on to 8.4, skipping and tie-breaking criteria.
So we've been fortunate in the last, 3 years that we haven't had to use the skipping and tie-breaking criteria because we haven't had to issue any layoff notices. And so the skipping and tie-breaking criteria becomes necessary if there are layoffs, and it allows us to deviate from terminating a certificate employee in order of seniority. So typically, if there are layoffs, the least senior teacher would be laid off. In some cases, we can skip if a teacher holds a specialized credential or has certain qualifications. And so I respectfully ask that the board receive the skipping and tie-breaking criteria for information, just so that you're aware of what they are, if there is going to be a layoff.
Thank you, Sue. Clarifying questions? Okay, Peter, public comment, please.
Okay, anybody who would like to make comment on item 8.4, skipping and tie-breaking criteria, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Chin, we have no hands for public comment.
Great, thank you. I'm closing public comment on this item. Board discussion, if any? No? Fantastic. Okay, moving on. Thank you, Sue, for everything. Board member statements and requests for future agenda items. Anyone want to make a statement or request anything?
I think as a request, I'd like to know more about where we stand in terms of PPE for teachers that are returning to hybrid, in terms of what's being offered, and how that distribution is going to be.
Thank you. Trustee Proctor, anything?
I think I was going to say it during the announcements, but I forgot. I think there was a lot of comments, so I didn't get a chance to. So I was just going to recognize that this month is Black History Month. And so I know a lot of teachers are doing stuff in the classroom, and so just really appreciate that. And then also last week was Lunar New Year. So happy Lunar New Year to everybody that celebrates. I don't know if you all know, but my husband's Vietnamese, and so we celebrate. And this year was obviously different since we are socially distanced, but still wanted to wish everybody a happy Lunar New Year.
I'll ditto that. Happy New Year to everyone who celebrates that. Also, I'm glad you mentioned Black History Month as well. That's important. I had a statement too, and I forgot what it was. So I will not say anything, but I will state that one thing that we do need to do, we have a couple meetings that are still coming up on the agenda, including the superintendent interviews next Monday, consultant interviews. We do need to schedule Dr. Rose. Oh, I know what it was. The board member statements, make sure that you guys get any questions to Dr. Roses for the interviews. Dr. Roses, I'll get you mine tomorrow morning. And the comment is we do need to schedule another meeting basically for entering into contract with whatever consultant we choose. Now, I know we have a meeting on Monday. But the idea is we may want to actually poll or figure something out. Dr. Roses, I don't know how you want to do that, or if you want to suggest something, but I know we're squeezing in a meeting on Friday, the 26th, the 3rd, but I will leave it to you, Dr. Roses, and your staff to pick some time and maybe do a doodle poll.
So what are you exactly saying? You're going to run your interviews and you're going to choose your candidate at that interview, and that's on Monday at 1. And then you say you need to have another one for what purpose?
We need a few days to enter into the contract. So
Yes.
the contract needs to be executed with that search firm. And
then
so
you want to meet with them as
yes.
a board? I see.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
did you want to tack it onto the meeting on Friday?
I'll leave it.
I have time to be able to post that.
Yeah, I know you need a few days. I'll leave it to the board to decide. I know we're meeting quite often, and that meeting I would think would on Friday the 26th would be short, but
Okay, so I'll put how soon do you want to meet? You want to meet next week, or are you open to meeting the first week of March?
I would do a doodle poll and do towards the end of next week and the beginning of the following week, and just see what's available for us. I want to just give everyone a little time and you guys a little time to see what the schedule looks like.
Yeah, I mean, just personally, I'm thinking that since we are in the last week of February, it's not too unrealistic to start looking at the first week of March. Just throwing that out there as an observation.
Sounds good.
You do have a board study session on March 6th, which is Saturday. Okay, I will send something out to all of you and set up something either attached to what you already have going or another day.
Thank you, Dr. Rose.
Sure.
I think we're on, well, we're on that request for future agenda items. I think we're done, and we're at future meeting dates.
And the list is there for you to review.
Great, thank you. I know we made sort of a big step a little bit tonight, but I know it's late and it's hard to sort of think about that, where we've come from, but we need to adjourn the meeting, and I need a motion for that.
I'll do this one, Allison. I motion to adjourn the meeting at 12:24 a.m.
I'll second.
Thank you for Trustee Warren for the first and Trustee Proctor for the second. Roll call vote, Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. Thank you everyone for sticking with us. Thank you to all the staff for everything that you guys have done and continue to do. And we'll see you next time.
Thank you.